Good evening, everyone. Hello, Sticko. What up, Corelia? How you doing, man? Hello, Simone. Hello, Morwim. Good evening, Morwim. How you doing? Hello, Chinchilla. What up, Dino? You more or less recovered? Yeah, not really, actually. I definitely still feel like shit, but streaming is actually kind of chill for me. I was a lot worse yesterday, though. I'm definitely doing a bit better, but I still kind of feel like shit. But streaming is kind of fine. And speaking of gifted subs, you need another one. Yo, what up, Sticko on YouTube and on Twitch. Hello, hello, hello. We are 25 subs away from the sub goal. 94 followers away from the follower goal. We had a crazy giveaway last stream. And then we missed two streams, and now we're back. So let's see what we can do today. Vengeance is today, which is obviously something interesting. Vengeance is something interesting. I'm genuinely not sure if I even want to step in. I might play it a little bit to check it out. So he's on new PC? Oh, Mowim. That is awesome. What type of PC did you get? You got some nice upgrades. Yo, Sir Lone Wolf. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Mr. Man. Feeling better? Yeah, a bit. Oh, I got my 8K Seals of Endeavor. This is my first login of the month. Well, I'm lucky it's on the first day. Oh, by the way, before we continue, I need to do a lot of... Hang on, I need to do a couple things. I need to do a couple of things. Because I need to give a bunch of people their prices from Sunday. Let's go here. 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 Now we have to use quick, I think. Yep. So annoying that it always opens on my main monitor. Well, technically I could open it. Then you guys could scan the QR code and pay for me. I need to buy a bunch of more crowns. Okay, so before we continue, let me try to sort out all the winners. Because I don't want to get far behind with that. It will be very, very GeForce 5060? Damn. It's just? Wait, isn't a 5060 very good? I'm pretty sure that's a very good video card. Yo! Thank you, Pepperonic. Thank you, Wolfpack. Welcome in, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? What up, Wolfpack? Welcome in. Everyone, join the giveaway before we do anything else. And I'm gonna sort out the winners of the previous giveaways, and that will show you guys how crazy it can be. So let me open my Twitch DMs. No. Emma has answered but not given the name yet. Uh, 18 December, Purple Arcanist skill. Okay. Okay, so Dutch Chef is gonna get something later on. Okay, help me remind. So the Dutch Chef is gonna pick their gift later. Borful. Borful won 1,000,000 gold, right? Hello, Luna! Hello, hello, hello. Borful is on NA. And then we have Abigail. Abigail won 5k crowns. The Somerset DLC. And the 2 companions. We can do that. We can do that. Somerset. Gift. At part 1. And then companions. The bundle, right? Yes. Whoop. Part 2. So boom! That was to Abigail, winning 5,000 crowns the other day. Both for one, that's rigged. Then we have Shock. Did you decide your gift already? Wait, you think that CPU isn't enough? The Ryzen 7? Then we have this person. Then we have to send to Kirianos, who won the 1,000,000 golds and 100k the day prior. So we're gonna need to go to the bank. What up, Zim? How you doing, man? What up, Chris? What up, Dinosaurus? What is good, everyone? Shooting, good luck on the giveaway. Everyone, good luck on the giveaway. Irianos 1 point 1 mil plus 100k. Boom. Send. Boful. Mm-hmm. 4 for 1 million gold. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Deposit or withdrawal?
Mm-hmm.
It's been about 11 months since I last won in Camul's stream. When I last won, the dinosaurs roamed the earth. Maybe I am cursed. Taco Bell, live Moss.
Hang on. Yo, what up, Petrified? Hello, 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 hello. The Demon's Playground, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. And feel free to join the giveaway, everyone. Follow the channel and type in RP PvP. And lol Zim. Yo, Amir! Hello, Amir, how are you doing? Danilo, good luck on the giveaway. Another million. You guys making me bankrupt. Bowlful. I'll do it on you. Zup. Send. So you have that one. So the Dutch chef gets it later. Emma needs to give the details on what they want, and Jacques needs to give the details on what they want. And then we sorted everyone out. Oh no, Iskura still has to pick as well from the prize from the tournament itself. Oh, and McFilty. McFilty still needs to pick it as well. That was from the day before. From Saturday. How do you speak for hours upon hours? I spoke a bit loud. Well, that's the thing. I don't speak really loud. I speak chill. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I have a particular good talking technique. I do sometimes get like a little bit of annoyed vocal cords by the way that I talk. It's usually when I'm emotional. So maybe that's it. Maybe you were emotionally stressed for 5 minutes, because that's draining. When I'm emotionally stressed and I have to talk, then yeah, I can't keep my voice together. My Twitch recap. Oh my god, thank you so much, I'm here. What an honor. Yeah, I got a bunch of screenshots from you guys. Look, oh, Tony just sent his one as well. Look, I'm the second one on Tony after Biss. Yeah. We had a bunch. I was #1 for Anoxero. This is so insane that I'm the #1 streamer for so many people. That's actually such an honor. It's crazy. I was the #1 for Shapeless. I was the #1 for Lito. I was the #1 for Varianta. Oh, I can keep it here. I was the #1 for Famp. Biss was my #1. Biss Shobek Decimus. I was number 3 on errands. Or number 2. Depends on how I look at it. But I know why. I know why, Aaron. It's because of the time zone. I was number 1 for Dino. It's number 1 for Chinchilla. I was number 1 for Red Fox. I was number 1 for Luna. So cool. So cool. Just posted mine? Oh. Oh, LeBro just posted as well? Number 2 for LeBro off the Ninja Pools? Yeah. Nice. I was number 2 after Catatonia. Nice. So cool. So cool, guys. What up, Vampirotich? Somebody said in Discord that Biz streamed for 1.4k hours. How can Tony watch him for 2.3k hours? Good question. That's probably because he's just lurking around the channel when it's AFK. He's probably just on the channel. Oh shit, Mr. Ukui just joined the Discord. Oh, Devil Soul posted as well. Damn. Oh, what a top 3. Me, Biz, Decimus. Also, and her way. Let's go, Devil. Fuck yeah. This is amazing. I love that Herway is up there for so many of you guys. That is so cool. That is so cool. Oh. Yo, zombie, getting better? Yeah, I'm feeling better. You want someone to send it to me? Oh, nice! Dude, it's so insane. I cannot believe that I'm like people's number 1 streamer. That is such a wild thought for me. That is such a wild thought to me. Mind to share your content? Didn't look. Oh, that's also fine. Hey, I'm your number 1 as well, Petrified. Thank you so much, man. Look at this. And Herway is here as well. Dude, it's so cool to see Herway everywhere. It's so cool. It's so cool, man. I love this. I love this. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of you guys. Oh, Ben just... Ooh. Because Ben 10 invited me. Wait. That's actually insane. Oh, we get more? Meester? Yo! That's insane! I'm number 2 after Koktra. Wow. That is huge, Meester. That is huge. My top emote was really surprising. Carcada. Wow. What an honor. Dude, this is so insane. This is so insane. Yo, what up, Moops? This is so insane. Turkey number 1. Oh, I love you guys. This is warming my heart. This is really, really warming my heart. Oh, we have Zepman as well? Oh, wow. Oh, the Healing Whisperer. Healing Whisperer is gone, right? Yo, Ben with the 10! And thank you for the invite to Discord, Ben. Thank you, thank you, thank you. His healing got unbanned. And they haven't streamed this month. Yeah, Healing Whisper was always online. It's super long. Capybara! Yeah! These emotes. Oh, I just realized how funny this is. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. By the way, very cool. Alright. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you for all the love. This is really... This is truly... Oh, we got Zenko as well. Damn! Awesome. Thank you so much, Zenko. What an honor. What a freaking honor. And guys, we can start a hype train thanks to Ben with the 10. If you guys want to. How are you doing, Ben? How are you doing, my friend? Exclamation mark Ben, guys. Chinchilla already did it. Yo, Luna with the 200 bits. And there we go. We have a hype train going. Let's go. We're 25 subs away. Let's go, Wakanda. It's just a bunch of sus looks. Owner of Femperodic. I'm dead. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys for... What a year, guys. What a year. What a year, what a year. Minus in Kamoon's reaction section. Sona Super haven't watched in ages? It is pretty much like the entire year. So maybe it's not as long as you thought first. Amir! Damn! Number 1 in Amir. And look at the oh my god! Koktra! Ukui! Hey, let's go! That's amazing. That's amazing. What a list. What a list. Dude, I'm smiling. I'm smiling. Look at this. Ninja Pulse and me. Wow. Insane. Let's go, likes. And this is insane, likes, because you haven't been here for that crazy long, right? So that's insane that I'm already second. Wow, this is heartwarming, guys. Thank you so much. This really makes me feel special. So what's the big news? Alright, we can get into that first if you want to. Most people talked about it yesterday already, but I wasn't feeling well enough yet. So we can pull up the article. We can pull up the article. So, maybe I need some chill music for this one. Let's go home. Let's go home for this one. No. This one. Alright, let's go home for this one. So, this is the big news. Developer deep dive, ESO's class identity refresh. So they are announcing a rework of the classes. Read a deep dive letter from Cinemax Online Studios combat team as they share their core philosophies, goals, and planning surrounding the future of ESO's classes. Earlier this fall, we asked for your feedback on ESO classes, including your pain points and overall impressions on class identity. As part of our efforts to address long-standing player feedback and improve the overall look, feel, and balance of combat, we are working on a long-term project to revitalize ESO's classes. I hope I said that word correctly. Dyslexia. To help the community understand the scope and context for these changes, we aim to be transparent about our goals concerning ESO class identity. You can read more about our design philosophy, vision for ESO classes, goals, identity, framework, and rollout for the related changes below. Yeah, Devil with the 2 gifted subs! And we're now 23 subs away! Let's go, Devil! Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, multiclassing did obliterate class. Exactly. And that's what they have gotten a lot of feedback from, so they're sort of listening to that, but now is the question, how are they responding? I also love the fact that the crown store is next to the article. I love you both objectively, empirically, equally. No, Aaron, no. I'm gonna play the mathematical nerd here, Aaron, and you obviously would watch me a lot more if you were in a different time zone. Yep. That's all there is. That's all there is. Mm-hmm. Nah, I'm so, like I said, I'm so fucking happy Herway is up in the top for so many of you guys. It means the fucking world, man. I'm not gonna take credit for it. I'm just happy. I'm happy that I could have been a little light, a little spark to shine a little light on Herway, and then Herway blossomed all by himself. Like, all the credit is due to him. But I'm just extremely proud that I could be like a little wheel in the great machine that is now Herway's channel, which is a really like, maybe he still probably is gonna be very humble and he calls himself like a small channel and whatnot, but trust me, Herway, what you have done in the last year, a lot of first year streamers have not achieved that. And that is not just me saying that because I'm your friend. That is the genuine truth. That is the absolute genuine truth, Herway. And I think you know it deep down yourself as well. I think you definitely deep down know you've watched plenty of streamers. And the thing is, like, obviously, we support you big time, right? But it's not only me who's supporting you big time. Other people caught up with you as well. And that speaks more volumes than my actions as what I've done for you. So it's not that I feel responsible for your success, but I'm happy to be a part of it. And it's insane. It's absolutely like heartwarming to see like you doing so well in such a relative short period of time, and you're only gonna grow there. Chinchilla, Lito, huge Herway fans, of course. Lito knows Lito knows Herway for like 7 years or something as well now. We have a very special relationship with our beloved Herway. So I cannot even express how happy I am for him. It's fucking awesome. It's super, super awesome. Like, I said it like relatively early into our started streaming, but I understand Biz so much more now. Because when I didn't know a lot about streaming, I was always like, oh my god, Biz is so supportive of other streamers. Is he never worried that, you know, is he never worried that his audience will go there or something? You know what I mean? But very early on, I started to realize, no, this is absolutely the move. It's absolutely the move. If you can share the love with others, you just have to. You just fucking have to do it. You have to be supportive of everyone around you, and that's just a net benefit for all of us together. So yeah, kudos for Biz for having shown me that very early on. So that is just extremely awesome. I mean, he doesn't like to spank the monkey. Yo, and thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Thank you, Devil, for the 2 gifted sub. Thank you, Luna, for the 200 bits. Thank you, Ben, for the 13 months. Oh, wow, Biz appeared. Yes. So yeah, super, super happy for you, Herway. Alright, let's get back to the article. Design philosophy concepts. As we discussed how our vision translates into our goals, it's useful to understand our design philosophy and a few key concepts to guide that. It's almost scary. Yeah, again, I'm probably gonna sound like a narcissist, but I really feel that either indirectly or directly, or maybe I subconsciously have been saying what other people have been saying as well. But these are things that we talk about all the time. Like about a philosophy, a concept, more than the actual mathematical balancing. And it gets even more obvious when we continue. What does class identity mean to us? For us, class identity is what makes a class unique and different from other classes. This covers everything from a part of who they are and what they can do, on how they look, and what they excel at. These are concepts that I mean, I cannot even count the amount of times that I've talked about this. And what they don't excel at. Very important as well. A point that I always point out as well. When we look at class identity, we use 2 core pillars to support the experience. Source of power and power fantasy. I mean, if I would have copyrighted this word, I'm joking, guys. I'm not that narcissistic, but it is really funny. Oh my god. No, I read this. I read this slightly before Dinosaurus. I read this slightly. I skimmed over it. I didn't read it in depth. Oh my god, Ben! Thank you for the 10 gifted sub. Ben with the 10 exclamation mark Ben, guys! Everyone, check out Ben. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. This is wow. And right now we are 14 subs away from the sub goal. Let's go. We're getting closer. Thank you so much. Must have been the wind. Ghosts. So no, I did not read it in full. I skimmed through it. The first thing I noticed was the word power fantasy. Which is... even like multiple people DM'd me and said like, oh my god, they've been watching your streams. I may not have the money to sub to everyone and share, but you guys are a huge part of why I love ESO and the family surrounding some channels. You guys are. And you don't have to. You don't have to spend your money, likes. The money is amazing. The support is amazing because it makes me be able to invest in my streams. It makes me able to make possible life decisions where I can upgrade the quality of my streams and my life, which is a very cool thing to think about. So obviously the support is ridiculously beneficial for me trying to live the dream that I live. But it's never necessary, like it's never ever necessary, and I never want to come across as someone that I never want to come across as someone that like that I'm doing it for that, because you watching is support, you chatting is support, you interacting is support, you lurking is support. Everything that you do regarding the stream is a form of support, and I appreciate it all. So thank you either way, likes. So I appreciate the hell out of you as well. So yeah, power fantasy. What do we mean by source of power? When we talk about the source of power for a class, we're referring to the lore relevant origin of the class power. What differentiates them from a normal citizen of Tamriel? Perfectly said. Questions such as will come up: what caused this person to become a Dragonite Arc, and the source of what are the motivations? Where did they get the power from? The answers to those questions help them form the way their abilities are developed as an extension to the source of power. This makes sense, right? It's a good philosophy to have. What do we mean by power fantasy? Power fantasy takes the source of the power a step further and influences how a character receives and is then able to use area of effect, damage over time, direct damage, etc. Think about shields, heals over time, debuffs, buffs, cleanses, etc. By taking their source of power and putting it into a delivery mechanism, we aim to create the sensation of what it would feel like to be that class. I think on itself, this is a good concept to strive for in an MMORPG. What up, Skoon? It's unnecessary. Camille kept his day job. Yeah, obviously, I have to. I cannot live on what I'm making on Twitch. Well, I could, but then my mom can't afford her rent anymore, and I cannot afford my things anymore, and I'm definitely not able to move out into a nicer place, so I have to. Different power sources shape distinct playstyles. For example, Nightblades rely on cunning and shadow to stay elusive in battle, striking by the moment is right, while Templars draw on divine energy for more needles in direct combat. Makes sense. These differences help set ESO classes apart from another in terms of their identity. It's why some classes have specific power delivery mechanisms and others do not, thus contributing to a more distinct playstyle and establishing a stronger class identity mix. Yes. adapting around player experience. While it's always important to have not starve, I suspect Cindy made a typo. No, I said the word strive. I said this is something good to strive for. If they're gonna do it, I don't know. We'll see. Adapting around player experience. While it's always important to have a class efficient in goals mind, it's just as important to ensure that they hold up after the community adapts to new tools and features as new systems and improvements are introduced. Development becomes an ongoing process that requires continual refining. I love this. I love this. The only thing I have an issue with is they have never shown to actually do this. So here they say that they understand that this is extremely important, but they've never shown to do this. There's never been a system which they have been continually refined. They always drop it, wait, nerf, buff, wait, nerf, buff, wait, never pay attention to anymore. That's, to me, is not continual refining. To me, continual refining is smaller tweaks, multiple times, constantly be in touch in what the reality is, what the player experience is, what the philosophy of the game developers are, constantly be in like a triangle of thoughts and concepts in order to refine it. They have not shown to ever do this. So, as much as I love this, they have to show it then. They really have to show it. I'm not really faithful they actually will, but it is a concept I am very much a supporter of. Very, very much.
ZeniMax be light. What caused this person to become a Dragon Knight Arcanist? What are their stories and motivations? Players be light.
Beam, 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 beam.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Lol. Yeah, you're 100% right, Zombie. Yeah, we got cool promises each year. Let's see if we actually... Yeah, exactly. Yo, congrats, Crazy Joe! And thanks again so much, Ben. Thank you. So, yeah, this sounds nice. Do I have faith in this? Not really. But we'll see. Seems like they're trying to start going towards some new direction, so I have some hope. Yeah, no, of course. Of course, there is some hope. Yo, Crazy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Welcome. These changes don't seem all that big to me. No, obviously, because WoW pretty much revamps their game every 2 years, so... But the thing is, once they revamp their game, and this is where you have to give WoW a lot more credit, they do a lot more refining. Yeah, but they do a lot more refining. They refine their balance every couple months at least. And they don't do... Sometimes they do big nerfs and buffs, but it's usually small tweaks, small adjustments. So no, you're absolutely right. Like, I'm inherently not against big changes at all. But one, they have to kind of make sense. And two, about the big changes ESO has, they always drop like this big project and then they kind of leave it alone. And then it's an unfinished project. Scribing, hybridization, the battlegrounds, infinite archive. So that's something that is very, very different. For example, one of the biggest pieces of community feedback that we're looking into is how subclassing interacts with class identity and game balance. Subclassing, and of course, directly competes with our established version of class identity and instead put that agency into your hands, giving you the ability to create anything you want. While this is a deeply important part of the feature for us, it also currently comes with some drawbacks for balance. Okay, so they acknowledged it. That is step number 1, right? The community constantly adapts to new systems and skills. Okay. As it stands, subclassing is objectively stronger than pure classing. Okay. How did you guys thought this was never going to be a problem to begin with? Right? How could you do this to begin with? Anyway, by a light margin for several reasons. This is mostly caused by the vast difference in individual skill line designs. ESO was not built from launch with subclassing in mind. No, of course not. And the system highlighted issues with the current class skill line design that were not previously a factor, but be untenable going forward. See, this is... I think this is ridiculous, because to say that the issues were never a factor is showing a little bit of the lack of knowledge in their own game. Because I'm gonna give some credits to my friends Hawa and Victor. Petrified, don't, please. I fucking love you, but just don't. It's objectively wrong at this point. I want to give Hawa and Victor some credits, right? Because Hawa and Victor pointed out how weak the draconic power skill line was years ago. And I talk years ago. They talked about how fucking stupid that skill line was on itself. And they deem it as was previously not a factor. Well, I think there were always skill lines and passive issues that a lot of players had issues. I'm entitled to my feelings toward it. You're stating subclassing is the greatest, why it is objectively probably the most harmful thing that has been done to this game, considering its player base, considering the feeling towards the game and everything else. The whole power creep has gotten out of hand. The homogenization of the game objectively made the game less in options compared to what they were thinking and more options. So yes, you're entitled to what you're feeling towards it, but you're stating subclassing is the greatest, while it objectively is one of the most harmful things they've done to the game. That is the distinction. I've always said I don't mind people liking it. I don't mind people liking Vengeance. I don't mind people liking something I don't like. Of course, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But you have to look at the bigger picture, because you're sharing this game with many other people. So if the player base is going down, with that pretty much being the number one reason why people leave, you have to open your mind towards love this and think it's a great thing. That's no. Like, I don't care about people's opinions. I don't care about people's opinions, Root House. I don't care if 100% of the people would say it. That doesn't matter. What matters is this. What matters is this. This is what matters. This is all that matters. And if people name subclassing as the reason of leaving the game, then I don't care if 100% of the people that are still playing the game. You should. No. I don't mean I don't care about opinions in that way. Of course, I care about opinions, obviously, but you have to look at what it does to the game. You have to look at what it does to the game. 100% of the lever percent or so. A higher percentage left because of subclasses than people that are now playing the game liking subclasses. I think that is easy to say. I don't think any and I say it again, it's fine to like subclassing. It's fine. You also have to ask yourself, who are these players that liking it? What do they do in the game? And how long have they been playing the game? What are they going to do in the game moving forward? You have to combine all these factors. And subclassing has objectively been a bad decision. New games out making people leave? Yeah, like Root House. Are you gonna tell me that in the past years no new games have come out? Lacking of good new content make people leave? Yeah, obviously, but like you're now playing the absolute opposite card. Why do you think the devs are doing this? Why do you think the devs are doing this? If no one would have a problem with this, they wouldn't do this. And this is not some kind of dip, guys. This is an all-time low. We're looking at all-time lows. People hating us loud. Rutaus, you're flipping the narrative. You're absolutely flipping the narrative. The people that have been loving this have been way louder over the course of time. A lot of people actually flip their opinion. A lot of people flip their opinion. I'm just giving another few. Like, I find it insulting that you think that I don't have empathy for the other few and that I don't realize the other few is there. You know me. Obviously, I understand it. Maybe a big indicator is go ask Desi, go ask Biz, go ask do we have another example? Pain in the Axe. And listen to the sentiment when subclassing was about to release. Listen to the sentiment when subclassing was out. And listen to the sentiment right now. There is an objectivity here. You don't have empathy the way you came at me over it. Well, Petrified, first of all, again, look at your own word use. You're just gonna say that I don't have empathy in the way that I can, like, first of all, that is your perception of what I do. You cannot claim if I have empathy or not. Because I think you know better than that. You know I have empathy towards you and whatever you think. You can ask everyone. You can ask everyone in here. I have named you at least 50 different times as someone that I respect, I absolutely love, and I dearly, dearly appreciate their opinion, even though we are at opposite thoughts a lot of times. So this is kind of crazy to me. You're stating subclassing is the greatest. I say that it's objectively not. Then you say you're entitled to your feelings. Then I say you are. But by stating it isn't, is not your feelings. That is a statement. So if you want to have the opinion that subclassing is the greatest thing for you, that is fine. And I will forever respect that. And that goes for every other player that likes subclassing. That goes for every other player that likes vengeance. That likes for every other player that likes something that I don't like. I'm constantly in discussion with a lot of people that think different than me. But now you claiming that I don't have empathy in the way I'm not sure what to say, Petrified. Like I'm sorry if I sounded rude or whatnot. That was not my intention. If I sounded like that, I will publicly here say I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to do. But let's be a bit more productive together. Right? Because you know what you think, I know what I think. You stating it in that way, I can also make my assumptions, Petrified. I can also make out that you stating subclassing is the greatest is a way to trigger me. Is an assumption I could make. I don't think it is. I don't know. But that's when we're gonna think about assumptions. And you're assuming that I don't have empathy towards you on the way that I reacted is the wrong assumption. Because you know I have empathy for what you think. So I hope I cleared that air. I would love to hear from you to as a response on this, because obviously I don't wanna like never say that you're objectively wrong for hating it. That's two different things. That's two different things, Petrified. Those are two different things. Those are two different things, Petrified. Because I'm not saying you're objectively wrong for liking it. I'm saying subclassing isn't objectively great. See, you're mixing your opinion and your feeling towards it with a statement. I never said that you're objectively wrong for not for liking it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm stating that subclassing objectively isn't great. That has nothing to do with what you're feeling about it. Vengeance is the greatest. Yeah, it is. Like, I do make sense, right, Petrify? Like, I know I'm talking, you're typing. So we have a little bit of disconnection here. And by the way, I'm so sorry, Aries. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Everyone go follow Aries Aston, please. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We were in the middle of a little discussion about subclassing. You're saying it's objectively the worst, and many people think it's great. Unfinished, needs balance, sure, but not the worst thing ever. You're saying it's objectively the worst, and many people think it's great. I think that many people think it's great that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You have to look at what's happening to the game. So again, we're separating people's feeling towards it and the objective effect on the game. Because maybe it's not the worst thing ever. Maybe that was the hybridization update. That probably was objectively the biggest hit the game took. But this comes very, very close. If one experiences no emotions towards some computer game or its features, then there is no real sense to play the thing you care nothing about. No, I care about it, and I care about opinions. What people left over Solstice and the changes of how chapters are released. I yeah, sure, but like, I think subclassing was a lot of a bigger impact that you want to give credit for right now. But that's fine. Like, it will be something we can probably never really find out because they aren't transparent enough about these things. Because you have to also realize a thing about why I say I care less about the opinions, because people quitting speaks louder than someone's opinion that is still playing the game. In this case, because we're talking about many people leaving the game, and yeah, you can point at multiple reasons, but I just don't see where subclassing. I just don't see where the pros of subclassing outweigh the cons that we're seeing right now. I just don't see it, and I think the game developers themselves don't see it. Yo, what up, Vaku? Hey, with a kick from Microsoft, has scripted themselves a layer of lots and players hope to replace them with AI, and this bet has not worked. AI is still not capable enough. Of my understanding, the change is irreversible. I don't know about that. There's definitely a lot of speculations about AI development. My most watched channel this year? Nice! I just want to see this game thrive. What do you think about me, Pupa? What do you think about me? I am literally Kamul ESO. I don't even know what to do if this game becomes a place where it's not fun for me to play anymore. Because while calling me having a lack of empathy while I'm being looking at a bigger picture in the regard of what's good for the game, you could argue the entire opposite way, that the individual opinion of someone is a lack of empathy towards all the other players in the game. But yeah, maybe that's me. Did they mention how they're changing it? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. If it means anything, I'd still watch regardless. Yeah, I know a lot of people say that, Bupa, but the reality is a bit different usually. I know a lot of people will say that, and a lot of people will probably still watch me, but yeah, it's a scary thing. And not even that, and it's not even that I care about my stream the most of all. I just want to have fun. And I could play other games. I just know I'm not gonna have as much fun as I have in a nice version of ESO. And I don't think the version of ESO right now is particularly a nice one. I would argue that the power creep and again, Petrified made one good point, and I will say that as well, but that has nothing to do with subclassing on its own. Because if we're gonna judge subclassing on its potential and what it could have been, then yeah, I'm fundamentally not against subclassing at all. I actually made the argument make subclassing a lot more immersive and deeper, and make it an actual subclass, and make it actual worthwhile decisions to a whole new fantasy with your character, where you have cool different morphs, cool different options, cool different aesthetics, cool different everything. Right now, it's multi-classing. It's lazy, it's uncreative, it's unbalanced, and what Petrified's saying is right, it's unfinished. But that's exactly the point I was making earlier. I could also now say that, for example, other changes to the game also have objectively been bad, like hybridization. Even though I wasn't that much of a opposer of the idea of hybridization, I think now we can look back on it and pretty much objectively say that that was not a good change for the game. Because it went hand in hand with a lot of homogenization, and I know a lot of people maybe fundamentally disagree, but I think looking under the glasses of an MMORPG, homogenization is always a bad thing. It's always a bad thing. And regardless if you're gonna look from your own perspective, because again, then I'm gonna look at like, what does it do to the game and what does it do to me individually? Do you really think that for me individually playing this game, subclassing has hurt me? Me, roleplay PvPing, having more options than ever, having more roleplay opportunities than ever? Like, I would love an answer. I would love you guys to answer that for me. Do you guys realistically think that subclassing has hurt me as a player in my roleplay PvP, in my fantasy, in my thing? I also love hybridization, but I also see issues. Yeah, and again, Petrified, it's a theme where it seems that that a lot of things that you could look back at and you love those things, and that is totally fine, and you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. But again, I think you can look at it objectively and say that hybridization brought more issues to the game, especially now, especially since it's unfinished, especially since they're probably never gonna pay attention to it in any foreseeable future, because they're now gonna overhaul the classes, so I'm not even gonna think that they're gonna do anything regarding it. I love wielding a big sword and casting magic. That is totally fine. That is totally fine. And I genuinely think, again, looking from the core standpoint of the PvP, you could have made that possible without hybridization. You could have, for example, just look into the fantasy effect, maybe use a mythic item, maybe use a like new weapon skill line where you can induce your sword in some magic while it transforms your character into like a different form of thing. Because then you get uniqueness, then you get detailed power fantasy. What they did by hybridization and what they've done by subclassing is just homogenization. And homogenization is always bad. Like every skill having magic and stamina more. Yeah, I'm not particularly opposed to that. Where I'm more opposed of is what things scale off. Because now you can just stack too many things in the game too easily. That's because it's not an in-depth system. It's an homogenized stacking of old systems. So you stack the old buffs, you stack the old resource management, you stack the old sustain, you make it hybridized, you use a mix of stamina and magicka skills, so you have hidden sustain, hidden power creep, everything in the power creep increases, while the fantasy doesn't necessarily increase. The fantasy stays pretty much the same, and it becomes more homogenized. The same has happened for subclassing, because Corellia answered it quite the contrary, because he is right. For me personally, subclassing is a god's gift. I can RP more in depth than ever before. Me as a roleplay PvPer, I can personally RP more than ever. But I can step out of myself, don't look at my own personal interest, and look at it objectively and see that has infected the game in a bad way. And I'm not saying that you guys don't give a fuck about the bigger picture. But that is the truth. The reason why any game studio with not enough staff struggles to balance, they roll out because the customer always demands something new instead of letting them work. Yeah. Yeah, that's also something, because yes, we can argue that maybe people are leaving because there is not new content. I think in the long term, you need gameplay loops. You need gameplay loops that are people that are interested in. You can use IRL money to create weapon. Since ESO is easy as fuck, there's nothing challenging really. Those who just want new content going to steamroll through it no matter if days and get bored again. I agree. A lot of people need friction even though they don't want to admit it. Even though they don't want to admit it, people want more friction. That's just a human psychology concept that a lot of people are unwilling to accept. Come on, I already told today's in Lobos discussion, for solo play, when no one is watching, subclassing added extra freedom. True. Item pure splinter into plar sorg, and it is fun. True. But ESOs and MMO subclassing killed a lot of freedom. Yeah, because you have to deal with others. Thank you for pointing that out. If you now most likely get kicked from a raid, if you know... Yeah, exactly. And then, yes, you can find the people... that are not dickheads and will accept you, also with a pure plar, also with a different build, also when you do lower DPS. That is also true. But people are gonna get used to what the maximum min-max power is, and that's the status quo moving forward. Same happens in PvP, same happens in PvE. So the status quo for PvE is now, hey, where's your 150k DPS? Even though we were clearing content with 90k DPS. It's that new meta way more restricted than before. I agree. And the same happened for PvP. You cannot compete. You cannot compete in PvP if you don't follow the meta. And you could say, like, yeah, that was always the case. It wasn't really always the case, because even though there was a clear meta, the meta still had some kind of weakness against other things. But in fairness, right, what if we let them do the things they want to do first and then figure out if it's shit? No, 100%, Karina. I'm not hating on this. I'm really curious of how they're gonna do. The only thing that that was the case before subclassing, to be fair. Less so because they would still a lot of times bring a good player playing a different class than they would have wanted if they can show the numbers. And right now they are a bit more stiffy about it, at least from all the stories that I've gotten from a lot of people. Because you're right, there was always a meta. That was always a way of like, hey, play this game this way. But, like, in core concept, and I think this is where the big differences lie between what people want from this game. And sometimes people do not know what they want. And I'm guilty of that as well. I sometimes also do not know what I want from this game. I also sometimes am unclear. That's why when I talk about my own personal opinion, I point it out, right? And I've said this many times. I've said this many times. If I would make decisions in this game, no one would play this game anymore. And that's an awareness I have. That's something I'm willing to admit. I'm not that fucking narcissistic that I think that my personal wishes for this game are somehow the absolute answer to everything. No, I'm willing to admit that if the game developers would listen to me, this game would probably suck and die and no one would want to play it, except for a handful of people with the same exact mindset as I am. That's why I'm never making these... When I say these things that I'm saying right now, I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about myself. Because like I said, for me, objectively, subclassing has improved my RP PvP experience. I would be stupid to acknowledge that that isn't the fact. The fact that I can now use bow proc on Lurtz, or bow proc on Legolas, or add more forms of Storm on Manwë. Are you kidding me? Of course it's improving my personal experience towards the RP PvP. But that's not what I'm judging. I'm not judging my own personal experience towards the system. I'm talking about the global experience to what the game now has to offer. And yeah, you're right. Sweat's gonna be sweats. Of course. Hello, I'm looking forward to the rewords. Hopefully we get rid of sword pads or get them on 1 bar. Also officially upgrades, long overdue. Yeah, I hope they're upgrades. Hi Chiefy, I hope they're upgrades. I also heard some rumors, speculations about them maybe even dumping down the animations to decrease server load. I hope that is a bunch of bollocks. I hope that is not true. So I'm with you. I really hope we get some cool visual upgrades, because some of the old skills, and especially when, for example, when you look at the base game classes, some of their skills, their textures are just really bad. I had a thought that ESO outside of Cyrodiil and IC is not really truly an MMO. Everything in PvE is instance. An open world which can be a large number of players are not really designed to hold them. Everything in open world gets brute force so easily. Yeah, I agree. And that's another concept, right? Like, I know a lot of people like not having to think about combat and killing mobs when they're just chilling in the overland and want to do quests. And again, within the spectrum of an Elder Scrolls game, I fully respect that. I fully respect that. I think that's a genuine, cool way to play the game, right? I think that's a genuine, cool way to play the game, to experience the world, experience the story, not having to think about all the complex systems in the game and the calculations and the mathematics and the what is best. That is totally fine. I have full acceptance towards thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of players to experience the game that way. But I also believe that there is a possibility. Where one does not have to suffer for the other. I believe in an MMORPG like ESO that you don't have to suffer an exciting gameplay with the cost of people not being able to kill mobs, or at the cost of people being able to board out of their ass because they don't have to think about kill mobs. What can they do? There are multiple options. They could do a difficulty setting. They could do a difficulty setting. And here is where a lot of people maybe are gonna look wrong at me. But I also think that if you go to a more difficult version of the game, you could be rewarded for that. So if you get rewarded for the difficulty, it entices people to go try it. If people want to get those extra rewards, it will motivate them to be a little bit more invested in the game as a whole, and not just in the world theme park that it's that it offers. A hardcore server? I don't know about that. It could be fun, but I don't know about that, because I'm not sure if we're at the player base where we can make separate servers. But tiers could definitely work. Like Lord of the Rings Online does it. Yeah, like in Diablo that could work. Yeah. Yeah. No, but like I get what you're saying though. The concept can be there. The concept can be there. I can see why people are generally in a doomer mode. Hard not to be after vengeance in the last post about it, but finger quote. Yeah, no, and I'm not naturally a doomer, Archie. I'm just being real. I'm just being real. I'm observing what is happening around me. I'm observing what is happening to the entire player base. And I'm also observing to each and every different opinion that people have. So if people are hopeful for this message, yeah, you have all right to be hopeful. But if people are very doubtful and very distrustful of this game actually delivering on what they're saying here, I totally understand that as well. I totally understand that as well. And that's something we all have to also kind of like agree upon. Because I think if you're reading this, you have to look at it from a super open mind. So if you're reading this with the preemptiveness of distrust, preemptively thinking that they're just lying, preemptively thinking that everything is bad and wrong and Cinemix is evil, then yeah, you're naturally not going to come to like a very well-rounded conclusion. And if you're trying to be as open-minded as possible, that's where you probably get the most healthy prediction of what's going to happen to the game possible, because then you can let in all the factors. You can let history do its work, you can let hope do its work, you can let trust do its work, you can let distrust do its work. Like all these concepts and emotions should come together to have like a well-rounded idea of what's going to happen. And you can naturally see that. You can naturally see that a lot of people will come to some kind of like for a lot of people it sounds like a sort of like weak conclusion, but I don't believe in a weak conclusion, because being in the middle of things isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like you don't always have to go left or right. You can be dabbling into left while dabbling into right. It doesn't matter. You just have to be true to yourself and to what you think, and you have to show an open mind. And you have to also realize, and okay, now I'm gonna make like a little bit of a joke and a little bit of a if. Let's pretend these are humans communicating to us, right? That's what I think we are communicating with humans here. Like if this is a whole AI slop, then yeah, it's a whole different thing. But if this is something that humans trying to communicate with us, we have to look at it from a human standpoint. So we have to be wary of them possibly lying. We have to be wary of them possibly overselling stuff. And we have to be wary of them possibly being inaccurate. But we also have to be trustful and saying they come with the right intentions. And we also have to look at it, maybe they actually do want to take this ship to a whole nother direction, because a lot of the things that we're gonna see in 2026 and in 2027 are the results of the changes, right? So last year was the result of 2024. And now we're going to look into what this 2025 brought to the upcoming changes. And that's not an excuse. That is not copium. That is not hopium. Yo, Shapeless, how are you doing? That is just a fair assessment based on how they have published how their development cycle works. So the moment a chapter launches, the team is already working on the next thing. So everything we have seen in 2025 is a product of what happened a year ago, or sometimes even longer. That's why the people that are communicating right now are not the people that necessarily were maybe 100% behind what's in the game right now. That's why I can also deeply believe that subclassing was a thing that they kind of like pushed through and didn't make it like a full fleshed out system as a lot of us hoped for. And that now the changes happen this year, that for next year and the year after, we're gonna see their changes into fruition. Yo, Aaron, thank you for the gifted sub to Shapeless. No! Oh no. What's up, Shapeless? Why no? Hurry's been saying for ages they could add dungeon mods where you could choose handicapped or 5 at the beginning, and the handicaps could be things that are already implemented in the game, like certain effects, debuffs, additional enemies. They could let people to make the game as hard as they want to be. Maybe they could do that in Overland too. Yeah. That's a good system as well. That's pretty much what like a difficulty level would do. Yeah, the way you implement it, yeah. You could do it that way by adding things, or the other way around by removing things and whatnot. Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, Chinchilla. All right. Have fun. Alright, shall we continue reading? Where were we? To support the... I think we were here. Highlighted issues with the current class. Yeah, we were kind of ridiculing this, because, like I was saying, friends of mine pointed out the draconic skill line as super weak years ago, and a lot of people found out now because of subclassing. Okay. So that's something weird to me, that they are not more on point with that, right? To support the overall health of the game and class system, we need to respond and adapt to how the game has changed based on how players are using the subclassing feature. With this in-game data and player feedback and available development resources in place, we have a clearer picture of the scope of changes that need to be made. Makes sense, right? If you have more data, they can make a more accurate way of changing the game. These insights have led us to re-examine our class identities, how they're expressed in designs from individual abilities and passives, where those abilities are sourced, and how they all come together to create a cohesive class and identity. Okay. One overarching pattern you will see as we move forward towards improving the experience is reorganizing class skill lines, adding in more benefits for sticking with the core skill lines of your class, and decentralizing role-specific power to a single skill line won't have every tool you need to achieve your goals. Okay. Robots don't bleed. Yeah. Exactly. Specific weaknesses to enemies, give them more personality. Yeah. I think that was in the initial game. More of a thing. in the initial years of the game. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I kind of heard. That in the initial version of the game, that they really wanted to do more with like fire resistance, ice resistance, and all these things. But I think they just homogenized it over the years. People are saying Leap is OP because it can desync you because of the healing and sustain you get, but the healing and sustain comes from Earth and Yep, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I found that out on my Illidan build. 100%. And Aries, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, you're 100% right, Reds. 100%. One of our move towards the spring. Okay. Our aim isn't necessarily to nerf, though. While in some instances, nerfs may be necessary. Ooh, Animal's Companion. Assassination. Adric Spear. Restoring Light. Effects to create more powerful or punchy abilities and passives, but with greater nuances that prevent subclassing from completely dominating the meta. I like this. Because I think the big issue right now for people disliking subclassing is that it is the clear dominant way to play the game. So I think if they remove or they make the game in a way where subclassing is a cool option, which allows you to be powerful yet live in your own power fantasy, then yes. I think a lot of people, if they did that from the start, I don't think people even would have been so negative towards subclassing, including myself. Again, I'm gonna say this one more time to be very, very clear. If you ask Kamul individually if subclassing has hurt my style of play, my fantasy, my way of building RP characters, it is the opposite. Subclassing has opened the door towards a more immersive roleplay experience than ever before. And that's why I keep saying that my opinion is not coming from my own point of view. My opinion of why I don't like subclassing is that I see the effect it has on the game. So, moving forward, I want it to be clear that me hating on subclassing is not me individually dislike adding subclassing to my character. Because realistically, it's the biggest RP buff I've ever had in this game. What we aim to achieve is twofold. For those who prefer to play a pure class, you should have a strong and satisfying class identity and the power you need to achieve your goals. Fair enough. For those who wish to dive into subclassing, you should feel the freedom to forge your own identity. Yes. Or even forgo identity. Fair. For the sake of specialized power. But with less of a difference in power compared to the pure class options. I think this just makes a lot of sense. RP needs more buff? Yeah, but it does. That's the issue. That's the issue, Petrified. By them buffing the RP, they actually nerfed RP. That's the contradiction at hand. All my builds are stronger than they were ever before. Yet my builds are weaker versus the meta than ever before. Let that sink in. And that is not me victimizing myself or whining. That is the objective truth of what is happening. So buff it until it's no longer nerf. You cannot do that. You cannot do that because you will always buff the other thing. I have a great shower. Yo, Gambolic! What is good? We're talking about the upcoming class rework, and we were just having a very vivid debate about subclassing. And yeah, it is a tricky subject because it is one of the most dividing subjects we have had in ESO, because a lot of people love it, a lot of people don't love it. I do think there are some objective truths to be seen in what it did to the game. And what I tried to point out earlier, and I hope I reasserted my point, because people thought I was speaking from a lack of empathy for people that think differently. It's actually the opposite. Because for me personally, as a roleplay PvPer, subclassing has opened up more options than ever before, and I can go more in depth with the roleplay than I could ever be before. Yet my gameplay experience is less fun. Because I have to face all the other people making different decisions than I am. So my builds are stronger than ever. My builds are more roleplay than ever, yet I cannot compete anymore at the level I used to. Which means that on like a mathematical base of how they introduce subclassing as it is right now, I think they objectively did it wrong. So I think what they're doing now is great. I hope they do it well. I can also see some issues with this, which I want to get into later. But I think as a concept, as a philosophy, they're preaching subclassing should be an option. Subclassing should not be weak. It should be viable and powerful and create your own identity for your character. It should not be the automatic choice to power, which is what it currently is. Like, it's undeniably true that right now, if you want to go for maximum power, you have to go subclass. And more boring, so you have to subclass a very specific route. I think that is destructive to an MMORPG, especially in the long term, because it is different to have one class dominating another class, because you will still have to deal with a lot of people that are going to say, I don't want to play that class. And with subclassing, it's very much easier, where you can say like, yeah, but I'm still, I'm still a Nightblade. I'm just using Beam and Animal Companions. I'm still a Nightblade. Where beforehand, if Sork was the best and you like Nightblade, it's such a different fantasy that's like holding you back already. I stand corrected. Yo, Tatsuya! Oh, by the way, I have to do some shoutouts because I'm so useless without Chinchilla. There we go. Everyone go follow Gambolic. Please, everyone. Go follow, and also go follow Tatsuya. How are you doing, Tatsuya? Hello, hello, hello. We are going over the class changes, and I'm I'm carefully hopeful, which we always kind of have to be with Souls, because we never know how they're going to implement the change. But I really like that they acknowledged that the way they implemented subclassing as it is right now, so not subclassing as an idea, not subclassing as like you can pick the skill lines that you want and go play however you want to play. There's nothing against that, but the way it's implemented with the power, right? It's good that they acknowledge that, and by restoring class identity, if they do this well, I'm gonna say this: if they rework the classes well, where classes truly have a power fantasy again, where classes have hero moments again. I talked about it earlier with Chinchilla. Again, we talked about it. Like, I know I romanticize about classic World of Warcraft a lot, but the power fantasy and the hero moments in the first couple of expansions of WoW was just so well done. If they can somehow reintroduce those feelings towards classes and then make subclassing the what do you call it, the option for people to play whatever they want, it's beautiful. I'm gonna sound naive, but is the meta for PvP similar to PvP at the moment, with beam build being top TP? No, beaming is extremely not nice for PvP because of the moving players. So what is the probably the absolute number one combo is, it is not one combo per se, but it is along the lines of Animal Companion Assassination, Storm Calling, and then, for example, you could swap out one of those three for Adric Spear, one of those three for Restoring Light, one of those three for Gravelord. And why those all work with each other is because the passives sync with each other so well. So beaming is not necessarily meta for PvP because it's very hard to hit moving targets. And you're gonna get interrupted a lot, you're gonna get like line of sight a lot, so it's very hard to implement beam. There are ways to make beam work. It's very, you can make beam work in PvP, but you have to build a very specific way. Yo! What's going on? Herway! Thank you for the gifted sub to Gambolic! Let's go! The number one PvP combo for me, smelling the dirt and fitting my face in my footprints. I'm gonna coach you one day, Gambolic. I'm gonna coach you one day. I want to do this. I thought about when we talked about like the first event already in Utrecht, where we kind of were like, oh, we have to do something sometimes. And I was thinking about it, and I know I'm not the greatest PvPer myself. I know I'm not the greatest PvPer myself, but I would love to have like a coaching session with you, because I think I can. I don't think I can make you a great PvPer in a stream or in a couple of streams, but I think I can give you a lot more understanding of why you're dying and what you could have done better, and then it's up to you what you're gonna do with it. Kind of it all, like, I cannot magically make someone good. Yeah. We will. We're 100% gonna do this. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be both hilarious and really awesome as well, because I do think a lot of people are in the same boat as you are, Gambolic. I think a lot of people, because PvP is so unwelcoming to people that don't have the experience in PvP. You kind of have to push through all by yourself. You have to be the motivation behind everything. You have to be the catalyzer of growth. The game doesn't really do that for you at all. The game does it for you a little bit in PvE, not as much as I think a lot of people would hope to as well. If I can do it, everyone can. Yeah. Oh no, you didn't disrupt me, Airway. Yo, Aaron, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Let's go. Level 2, 0%. 2 minutes left. Oh, we need 12 more subs for another goal, guys. We need 12 subs for another goal. Let's fucking go. Age experience the passes, store calling, major assault, brutality, streak for the movement. Yeah. 100% rats. 100%. Let me scroll up. I missed a couple things. Skoon, if they told me, do you want to lose subclassing? I'd say no, to be honest. It's more fun to me with more options. Yeah. No, I'm totally with it. I'm even thinking. I'm even thinking subclassing would work better if they made it more immersive. Why don't I know that song, Victor? I have a feeling I know that song, but I don't know it. Now you're doing, Victor. Victor, I was just pointing out. Can you? Okay, guys. Yo, Archie! Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Level 2, 27%. We need 3 subs to go to the next level. We need 3 subs to go to the next level. Victor, can you? Because I was talking about you earlier, Victor. Was it 2020 when you and Hawa analyzed every single scale line in the game and realized draconic power was absolute shite? Was it 2020 or 2021? Similar to this line. I think there are moving to role specific skills and to different skill lines than in the social balance subclassing. Yeah, it was like 2020. Yeah, because they said this. By the way, 10 seconds on the hype train, guys. Ah! Yeah. I don't know why I squealed there. And the hype train is Jover, I believe. I wanted to showcase this line. Just hope for the love of the game, people stop saying it needs change than complaining every single time they try. Yeah, but that's about everything. That's about that's how people should. I mean, on the other hand, why aren't we applying that same mentality towards all the other things? Because we don't. To change the DK skill line to nerf DK Bomber, I'm just going to leave ESL. Oh my god, I hope they don't. I hope they don't. This. And the system highlighted issues with the current class skill line design were not previously a factor. I kind of had like a issue with this statement. Because players like you, yourself, Victor, you obviously thought these things were a factor 5 years ago already. And I'm sure there were even people before that. Right? Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you, Archie, for the gifted sub. Thank you, Aaron, for the 2 gifted sub. Thank you, Tatsuya, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Herwave, for the gifted sub to Gambolic. Thank you, Aaron, for the gifted sub to Shapeless. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. But yeah, Petrify, you are right, but then we should implement that mindset onto everything, and we don't. Because we can't, because they are not changing it. Because right now, they're effectively not even particularly tackling subclassing. They are now gonna do it from a whole nother direction, which might fix the subclassing issue. But for example, BGs are not fixed. Everyone is shitting on the BG, and not everyone. A lot of people are shitting on the BGs, wishing the old BGs came back, even though the BGs right now are clearly an unfinished product. Hybridization, another one. But how? What are we supposed to do? Constantly live in a potential? Because if we constantly live in a potential of what could have been, then what are we doing right now? And that's a point I want to make later on as well. Many skills. I had to walk the changes back. Yeah, because the first implementation was so bad and so out of touch that they gave people so much strength and power that you can never take that back from them again. And that's why it's very interesting to see what this is going to mean. Interesting. Constantly living in a potential, isn't it life? Yeah, but that's your life, so you have it in control. That's the difference, I would say. Like, I do agree. That's kind of what life is as well. But then you have a lot of things in control yourself, right? Not everything, not always, but a lot of things you have in control yourself. In regarding to the game, we are at the mercy of what the devs are gonna do. We can only do so much ourselves. I'm 100% sure that they're now doing these changes because they lost their other MMO. That they're actually putting in more. Yeah. You're saying they probably would have done this earlier if they didn't put their resources towards the other MMO. That would make sense, yeah. People have wanted, but they've adapted. Yeah, and people have also quit. And I also said, like, hey, let's give these BGs a chance because I know they're wrong and they need a lot of change. Here we are a year later and they didn't change us. So now I can't even fault the people anymore. Saying that all the people that have critiqued just adapted, I think that's a I think that's not fully accurate. I didn't play the event on the account. I was taking a break, lack of interest, and now I see videos of creators going in on ESO. What you mean? Barbary. What we aim to achieve is twofold. For those who prefer a pure class, you should have a strong and satisfying class identity. Yeah. And the power should need to achieve your goals. Yes. For those who wish to dive into subclass and use it with the freedom. Yeah. Why wasn't this to begin? Why wasn't this the beginning of subclassing? Why wasn't this the beginning of subclassing? Why wasn't the beginning of subclassing with this in mind? Like, I think most of us would agree that this was the most sane thing to do. Yo, Boomsday! Because this is the #1 issue people have with subclassing. This is I think most people that are very angry at subclassing would have been absolutely fine if it wasn't the blatant meta. If it wasn't the such obvious meta as it is right now. I don't think anyone would have had problems with subclassing. Guess they didn't know enough about the own game. Well, that is clear. They clearly lack a lot of fundamental knowledge about their own game. That is. I think we can all agree that is definitely something they have kind of been proven, which on itself is not unique. I think a lot of devs have that, especially with longer existing MMOs. That's why your feedback loop needs to be healthy and good. Because I was watching some Lord of the Rings Online videos today, because they're bringing out a new update today. They even updated PvP recently. They added new things there. There's like a new update. They gave away a bunch of old quest packs, which used to be monetized. They gave them all for free, which would be the equivalent of ESO giving like pretty much ESO would say like, okay, base game now would be everything up to High Isle. That would from now on be base game. That would be like the equivalent of what Lord of the Rings Online did. Like all kinds of that. And I was watching some videos about it. And they have I know it's a smaller game. I know it's a more niche game. But their devs actively participate in events in the game. They actively are in the game. They actively are in conversation with players a lot of times. Yeah, I thought it was something very heartwarming to see like, oh wait, it is actually possible. And yeah, you can ask yourself how realistic that is for ZeniMax Online Studios, because it's such a big, huge multinational corporation now, especially with Microsoft. But it is also kind of heartwarming to see like it is kind of possible. I gotta say something that may or may not loom over us, but I've seen it in Vengeance. Cooldowns, I hate them. Absolutely don't fit my power fantasy about a character. It's spell. He is too tired, has no mana. I gotta say something that may not loom over us. I've seen in Vengeance. Cooldowns, I hate them. Yeah, ESO naturally has never really done cooldowns. You have a global cooldown, and then the light attacks have a different global cooldown than the skills. Because they absolutely don't fit my... Yeah. It's not in line with what ESO has really done. It's very normal for an MMORPG, but it's kind of weird, yeah. A bow on a cooldown of Vengeance. Yeah. Yeah. No, skill cooldowns, yeah. Yeah, like streak, cloak, bow, and yeah. Yeah, I know why they do it, because it's less strain on the server. But yeah, I don't like it as well. I got much more confused after subclassing began, because I had some concentration problem for my HCSD, and this makes more overwhelm for me. I do think that's a negative effect of subclassing as well. I think that is definitely a negative effect of subclassing as well. I pointed that out earlier, especially when it was about to launch, because a lot of people thought it was like a new player friendly feature, and I was actually saying like I do think a lot of new players will actually be very overwhelmed. Have we reached 3 bars at some point, Rats? Or I think shows should have people actually play it, be in direct contact with the player space, see the content, see what we see. I couldn't agree more. Sim GMs. Again, I'm gonna steal something about what Showback has been saying for years. If you look at the early days of WoW as well, the fact that there were GMs in the game was very helpful. Veteran players overwhelmed? Yeah, exactly. But veteran players are easier adaptable because we have a set base knowledge. But yeah, a lot of veteran players were overwhelmed with it as well. Vengeance dead to me now. I really hate cooldowns, and it will drive me away from most MMOs. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, if you're more like a fast-paced action combat, and you want your resource pool to matter in a way of how you manage it, and pretty much be able to do whatever you want until your resource pool doesn't allow it anymore, then yeah, I can totally see that. I wasn't a new player and I was very hesitant to get into subclassing. It looks so confusing. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm a new player and I wasn't planning on subclassing till I got max level on a few characters and understand the base classes better. Yeah, and that's a very good approach, by the way, Careless. That's a very good approach of you. That's what I told people when they started the game. And they said like, oh, this new subclass system, what should I do? I kept telling them, don't really worry about it. Pick a class that you want to play and go play it and learn the class. And then after that, maybe make a second class, or maybe then slowly dive into subclassing. So yeah, that's a very good approach, Careless. DC had 3 bars until just now. AD still has 3 bars, so the best action is EP for not liking Vengeance. Is that the new ranking now? Put me on. Do it. Yeah, because I think having GMs in the game is eye-opening. I think, and this is not even a joke, I think if let's just say, I don't know how it goes, but let's just say we have that lead developer or something, right? And you have a couple developers under that, like the people that are doing more of the groundwork. If one of those people or 2 of those people, for example, if they are responsible for PvP, right? If they would queue for Battlegrounds for 2 hours, 3 hours a week, and then roam around Cyrodiil for the same amount, 2-3 hours per week, I think they will open their eyes to a lot of stuff. They will open their eyes to a lot of stuff. That's why I said like you could even do it by not playing yourself and actively watch streamers. If you watch a Bislobo stream for 2 hours when he's playing in Cyrodiil, and then you watch a Decimo stream for 2 hours when he's playing BGs, and then you're gonna watch Ukui playing Cyrodiil on NA, and you're gonna watch Pain in the X queue for BGs on NA, or Cinera, you're gonna watch Tammy do PvE and whatnot. If you actively watch and look at what's happening, they as game developers could probably learn a lot from that. And I'm not saying listen to the content creators' opinions. I'm just saying look at the raw footage that's right in front of you. Look at one of the best PvPers doing everything right in his mind and then randomly gets one-shotted. And then you analyze the skills for 2 seconds and it's like, oh wait, it's Deep Fissure, it's Bowproc, and Streak. Okay. You're gonna see patterns. You're gonna see... Right? You're gonna see all these clear patterns of things are like, is this problematic or not? You can see the pattern of like a well-organized group trying to fight a ball group, and the ball group is just unkillable. They don't even dent. You're going to see, yeah, and that's something they should learn from. And does that mean they have to nerf Bowproc? Not particularly, but they have to figure out why is everyone using Bowproc. Because if Bowproc on itself was in the shadow skill line, would as many people still use it? I'm not saying it should be in the shadow skill line, but as an example. it goes hand in hand with it being in the assassination. Was directed at PvE. I feel the PvP future is vengeance. I don't know, because they also want to do their mid skill and they also want to do PG still. Kicked my ass last night. Oh my god. Why? Get good. Get good, Petrified. Get good. Okay, long-term vision. ESO has fought tremendously over the last decade, and as new system and classes have been introduced, the bars for play experience and our design philosophy has been raised. As part of this project, we have established a holistic long-term plan of how we aim to modernize ESO classes and to bring them more in line with one another. It extends beyond addressing identity, balance, or look and feel in isolation, and it aims to address multiple class issues. While many of the items in the list below have always been what we strive to accomplish, and that isn't changing, we will be spending more time strengthening ESO's classes and focusing on these guiding principles. Our long-term vision is: every class will be viable in any role. To us, viability means players can reach their goals with the choices offered. This does not necessarily mean equally optimal, but always providing multiple choices for you. I mean, in the core, how could anyone disagree? I'm the best work ever. I'm joking, Petrify, you know that. But this is already the case? No. I mean, kinda is. That's what they're saying. It's already what they were striving for. I do think some choices are clearly more powerful than others. Like, exponentially. And I think that's what they kind of want to, like, narrow down. Yo, Gumbro! RPPVP for Valerina, let's go! Go play Final Fantasy? Yeah. We want each class to feel cohesive and true to its power fantasy with abilities, animation, and audio effects that reinforce its core identity. Makes sense. This means refreshing and modernizing abilities. Okay. They look and feel as impactful as those of more recently introduced classes like the Arcanist. I like this, because I've always said it, the animation and sound design of the Arcanist are on another level. You could think the sound design is annoying if you don't like the sounds itself, but the impact of the sound and the impact of the animations are very nice. Are very, very nice. For example, the tentacle skill is a cast time skill, but it functions very fluidly because of the animation. I wish they could even also do this for the weapon skills, because some of the destro skills feel clunky to me, like Pulsar, for example. I don't know if you guys like feel the same as I do about Pulsar, but I always feel like the Pulsar or the other morph, doesn't really matter, feels clunky. It doesn't feel as nice as it should. And obviously with weapon skills, like Dizzy Swing, right? You're so flashy with very clean and well made. Yeah. I can understand that you subjectively don't like the Arcanist, but they objectively are very well designed, if that makes sense. Fletch. I like it. Pulse is absolutely one skill you need to get used to. Yeah, and it's weird, right? It should be more fluid. There's no reason for Pulsar to not be fluid, in my opinion. It just isn't. I play 1 hour loop of the beams and to sleep. So yeah, this makes sense. And this sounds like a good idea, but again, I don't know what they're actually gonna do. We're committed to evolving our design philosophies by using player feedback and in-game data to help us as we address balance concerns and update class mechanics. Our goal is to ensure that every class feels good to play, both mechanically and thematically. That's good. For example, mechanically, everyone that likes Necromancer can agree that Necromancer has a lot of clunkiness. Casting pulse and the visual effects seem this exactly. And for example, Necromancer, I think, is the biggest victim. If you look at all the classes, I think Necromancer is the clunkiest. And if they can improve that, hats off. I'm gonna Desi slow clap here. I'm gonna turn on my cam and I'm gonna clap for them. But yeah, that would be awesome, right? So that's something I'm hopeful for. So a couple big issues what we're reading. I think one of the issues is it seems they've realized a lot of stuff very late, which means they either have been ignoring them or the new team is genuinely more capable of things, or it's just another corporate gibberish with hopeful words and there's nothing gonna lead to it, right? I wanted to point out one of the things as well. This is one of the most important wordings that they're using, which this is the most skeptical I'm about everything. Because they're gonna fix the classes one by one, is what they're saying. Right? They're gonna fix the classes one by one. If they're gonna fix... what timetable are we looking at? What time they're gonna spend on it? Right? Because if they're gonna spend a month on DK, that means we're gonna have more than half a year for all the classes have changed. My follow-up question to that is, what do they do when the DK is so-called done and they implement the second class and they realize, hey, by doing this to the second class, we also need to change something again about the DK? Are they gonna do that? Or are they gonna be like, no, done, drop my hands, DK is done, on to the next one? That's why I'm very skeptical of this use of words. Because in my opinion, if you're gonna do class by class, whenever you do the second class, you need to also revisit the first class. And when you do the third class, you need to revisit the first and the second class, etc., etc., etc. I think you need to do that in order to make this work. If they're not going to do that, they're going to cause all kinds of new problems. That's why I'm not a fan of their approach by doing class by class by class. I rather would have them do, you know, one skill line per class and then constantly be in a cycle of looking at things. More ideally, I would want them to do everything in one go and then continually refine. So what I would want to, what I think would be the absolute best solution is overhaul what they think is right, all the classes at the same time, bring them to PTS, actually listen to feedback, and then change them accordingly. And then after a couple weeks of feedback on PTS, you can launch them. You can, every couple weeks with incremental patches, tweak them. and then you would take, I would say, a couple of months, and then you would have the ideal version of the game. That would be my ideal way of fixing this. I'm sure they will update the already updated classes. The part that takes the longest is reinventing the core of the class, coming up with the quirks mechanics for the other classes, for example, once those are in play. But I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do, right? I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do. Because maybe they mean with core mechanics for like a class doesn't necessarily mean cruxes or corpses. Maybe they mean other thing, but I don't know. It's almost untouchable in PvE. At least I can see them breaking balance with DK completely and then leaving it unaddressed for 2 years because DK already had their turn. Yeah, the visuals and sounds probably take pretty long. I want to release each class as a complete package. That is fair. But you do see my issue, right? With going class per class per class per class. They will, Skoon. They will, but they have to adjust and adapt. I'm not sure if they're willing to. Bomb will appear again. We'll get an answer in a few months. Yeah, that's where I'm afraid. That's where I'm afraid of. I don't agree. What you mean? I'm not sure if they're gonna do it, but that's what they should do. I agree. Scenario I prefer is change everything at once, put that on PTS, stay on PTS for time. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Snacks. That's what I'm really afraid of. That's what I'm really afraid of. That they're gonna do it really slow, and then they even gonna like, because they're so hyper focused on one class per time, that they're gonna ignore its relation to the other classes. And another side effect, even if this is gonna take half a year, right? Even if all of this is gonna take half a year. No, I agree, Skun. And they can easily get back to 100k, but they have to do the game differently. No, you're not wrong, Skun. You're 100% right. But it's doable for someone else to get 100k DPS again. But then they have to change a lot. And I don't think they want to, but like technically they can. Within the limits of the game they can, but if they're willing to do that, I don't think they will. A lot of them. Because once you give him then the power and then take it away, it's rough. Give up on the type of content. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I think you are right. So will ever nerf it? No. No, they will not nerf it to. I think they will always keep beaming and heavy attacking. Fireball. They cannot reverse. They will always make one bar work. They're always gonna make one bar fireball. They're always gonna make heavy attack fireball, and they're always gonna make beaming fireball. I'm pretty convinced of that one, yeah. Oaken Soul got a nerf? Yeah, but Oaken Soul is not the equivalent of a one bar build. Oaken Soul is not the equivalent of a one bar build. As Hyperioxis pointed out, Oaken Soul is not even best in slot for most one bar builds. You can make better one bar builds without Oaken Soul. PvP for Queen Iran. Happy PvP for me. Nice. I hope you win, Shapeless. I choose to be hopeful. Yeah, but that's yeah, that's a scenario. But I think what Schoon is saying, that he thinks that Beam should not be like that viable at all. I don't want Beam. No, naturally I don't like nerfing anything. As a philosophy, as a concept, I don't like nerfing everything. The issue is sometimes things get so out of hand that is crazy. And if you're not gonna nerf things, I'm totally pro not nerfing. I'm totally pro bringing things in line with each other and buffing things that are weaker. But what they then need to do is to overhaul the entire game, because you cannot constantly raise the power and not change the game, right? So then you get the situation we're in right now, where Overland is just, yeah, we all know what Overland is. Free to do what you want. In my group, I have those rules. I mean, yeah, everyone is entitled to. If you make a group, then yeah, sure. If you want to join a group, you can set yourself to the rules of the people making the group. I don't think it's necessary to kick or exclude anyone based on their item decision. I think you should always try to clear the content with the people that you pick, and you can quite easily adjust later on. Pretty common, and yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good thing. I'm not necessarily pro excluding anyone, because open source doesn't always mean the same thing. It's a generalization of what people do. And on the other hand, sometimes people will realize that they don't need OpenSol. Like Hyper has proven that you can make stronger one-bar builds without OpenSol. Being way weak is good. More people in the game are casual players and they need a safe space to be bad at the game and enjoy. No. You're flip it around. Flip it around. I'm not talking about theory crafting. I'm not talking about being an expert at the game of killing Overland, that you need to be insanely strong. That's not the point that I'm making at all. You need to look at from the other way around. You need a little bit of friction. Everyone needs a little bit of friction. Because most players have always been casual in this game. And guess what? When DPS was a lot lower, everyone survived in Overland. I never... maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But I have never heard of masses of players not willing to play ESO because they thought Overland was too hard. Overland was always extremely doable. It just had a little bit more friction. Right now it doesn't have any friction at all, which gives you a false idea of what the game has to offer. I'm not talking about making a build, because I'm talking about leveling. The leveling experience without any friction is a big loss to the overall game experience, because you're gonna level, don't have any friction, you don't learn anything about the game. I'm not talking deep theory crafting. I'm just talking learning the basics about the game, because everything is so ridiculously easy. And I'm not trying to be downplaying people that struggle with it still. Obviously, there will always be people, but in general, right? Because it is always... Overland was pretty much the same like years ago, and then it was harder as a net because our power was less. Right? And what you had back then, I remember it very well. I tell the story multiple times, Archie. When I first started the game in 2016 or something, I died to a quest mob. I was doing the base game quest and I died to like a 80k health or 100k health mob. Because why? My character hit very low because I'm low level. And that character hit quite hard because he was a stronger mob. What made me do that? That made me... And I don't romanticize this. This is literally what I did. It was the first time where I started reading my skill and went like, wait, this is a heal. Okay, so if next time I fight them, I just have to make sure that I heal enough so that it doesn't kill me. And let me look at the other skill. Okay, so this does a lot of damage and this does damage over time. So if I do this, I don't have to spam it another time because it's a damage over time. Then I can use this skill and then I can use my light attacks. And I know this maybe sounds like a fake story, maybe you don't believe me, but this is literally what happened. By that, I got a little bit of a more basic understanding of the game. And I started being more involved with the skills that I got. By a simple death of a sort of like elite mob. I'm not talking about like a wolf killing me because the game is fucking hardcore. Right? That's just friction. I don't think there's anything wrong about having a basic understanding of the game. It's fine if you want to play the game on more like a theme park level. That is totally fine, but it should not get out of hand. And if they want to do that, if they want to implement an absolute theme park experience, running blindly into a camp of... Exactly, Snacks. Exactly. I'm not the type of player that asks for like the most insane leveling experience, super duper hardcore. No, that should be up to people themselves. Because even if they're gonna give us different levels, right? Even if we're gonna ask for different levels of difficulty, the easiest level of difficulty still needs a little bit of friction. What do you think? Yeah, that could work. That could work, Skoon. That could 100% work. Yeah. I died and grown play a big scorpion. Oh no, I miss being able to go to one zone with to get iron with my master character. Go to the last zone for the highest material. I did that making zones O global scaling level. If I go to zone 2, at level zone 2, I should get creamed. Oh, so you want vertical progression. Oh, I love you, Petrified. You're such a contradicting soul. I wouldn't be against vertical leveling. I think you cannot refer that anymore though. But yeah, I wouldn't be against that at all, no. I think vertical leveling would actually be good. But I don't think ESO player base can deal with that anymore. I'm scrolling up, by the way, because I missed a couple of things. Open soul means someone is not min-maxing like others, therefore gets excluded from farm groups or achievement groups. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Why? Yeah, report as well. By the way, I didn't even notice you typed report as well. Yeah, reporting is obviously crazy. I don't think they're gonna increase the power without increasing the difficulty in the game. Means casuals can eventually clear all the content easier. Yeah, but what then? Who cares about the older content at a certain point anymore? Wouldn't it be more fun if all the content was equally accessible on like a casual level and on a hardcore level? I think. The fact I was able to do read randoms as a group entirely made of Arcanists is a good thing. We were competent DPS. I was the worst. And I made the mechanics more transparent. I think that should be more possible by every class. Yeah. And the mechanic. Yeah, mechanics should be leading. I agree. I'm fine with a couple of DPS checks, but I'm more pro mechanics for PvE experience. Some DPS checks are fine. I'm not a big fan of, but this is personally, I'm not sure if this is good or bad for the game, because I also understand why people want to push it, but skipping mechanics by DPS is also, it's a tricky road. What do you mean? I've never been. I'm not saying you've been. It's just not in line with what other things that you want. Because you literally want more accessibility on the other hand, and yeah, again, I'm getting a bit tired. I'm sorry. Not of you, Petrified. I'm just me getting tired. I'm having multiple conversations at the same time. Just like your general view of the game, and I'm not saying it's wrong. It's not wrong to be contradicting Petrified. One Tamriel changed it, yeah, but I think One Tamriel is arguably the most positive change to this game's player base. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused by you as well. So. Like, what I meant to say by you're contradicting is because sometimes you argue a thing that you're very passionate about, and then it isn't in line with that other thing, and that's not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad thing at all. It's just funny to observe. I'm like that as well. There's nothing wrong with it. I for example, if I would if I did not give confused permission, if I would have, for example, have asked people, do you guys think Petrified War likes vertical scaling? I don't think people would have guessed you would have liked it. Of course you think it's all online because it's you. Yeah, no, I know. Like I said, there's nothing wrong. I'm not attacking you. There's nothing wrong with it. You did nothing wrong. It's just funny. Aren't you grieving joining hard content when you're expected to provide buffs and damage, but you don't? You just wait to carry. Open Soul up to Fed Dungeons is completely fine. Yeah, kind of depends on which content, for sure. It kind of depends on which content. Which buffs do you expect from a DD? Honestly, do these veteran trials and group finder here and there, and I do about 90 DPS. 10k per second, so most times I'm even one of the last DDs standing. I don't get the point where I'm griefing for providing no boss. I mostly just fall over and do nothing in this group till I pick them up again. That's also a fair point. I think if you're mechanically have a good understanding and you stay alive, that's very beneficial. There's no way to talk an Okuso player out of their platonic cave. Enjoy Okuso. I think that's a bit disingenuous, Schoon. I think skipping mechanics is fine on newer content where it requires high DPS checks, but on older, probably kind of meh. Yeah, I think mechanics are there for a reason. Maybe sometimes, maybe there's like a line. Pop. I had to ask my friend to help with the pass on boss with Classic Breakdown. I was so bad at the game. I really liked it when some older chapters were released and the bosses there were way stronger. It felt good to be bad again. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you agree, right? You need a little bit of friction. Sorry. It's perfectly aligned with my earlier comment on keeping the older content easier and just making content harder as power grows. It's all connected. Whatever, petrified. Have you checked about Vengeance news article? Over and over again. Oh my god. Sales made you farm and upgrade all the sets again, CP every 2 years. Yeah, that's the WoW model. That's the WoW model. And that kind of was the model in ESO for a while as well. If in the very beginning, I believe. In the very beginning, they upped the. I'm not sure how they went with the. I mean, let's analyze this for the 100th time. What is the reason to have open soul? One, literally none. Because you have the one bar, simple time, bracket is better. Literal no skill on the second bar. Okay, so used for small time, but now it's only completely surpassed part of mythic. Yeah, but not everyone cares about min-maxing, so it really depends on the content. Like your story is right, Skun, but isn't Grab's story also correct? I mean, the reason to play Oakensoul is because they want to play Oakensoul. Concept of veteran trial, hard mode trials. Yeah, but I also don't think every veteran trial. I don't think every I know for a fact you can clear a bunch of veteran trials with people only having like 60k DPS or something. Right? Kind of depends, I suppose. Yo, what up, Gloomfrost? How you doing, man? I spoke to SOSDEF when they released subclassing. One of the original plans was to make your grind every subclass each character individually. Oh yeah, I can only imagine that was the original plan, yeah. But why would I join a trial knowing I decide I'm lazy and want to just do 60k DPS when others are doing 130k? I have never, ever in my life even done 60k DPS. Schoon. So what am I supposed to do? Beta possible best? Not everyone. People just chilling. I get what you're saying though, Skoon. If it's your group and you want to make the rules, that's fine. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that the other way is wrong. Right? Like, I rather struggle and wipe 5 hours and have fun with people that I like than to min-max it in 1.5 hours and have no connection to what's happening whatsoever. That's my personal preference. And I was the biggest fucking sweat in WoW PvE. So I get what you're saying, but both can be fine. Both can be fine. Like, let me say this. If Skoon wants to make a group, and he is very wary of people choosing Oakensol because he prefers to have the more min-max players in your group because you want to do a thing, that's fine. There's nothing against that, Skoon. Absolutely nothing. You're 100% in your right to organize your group like that. It doesn't mean it has to be the status quo for everyone playing. It's the same for PvP, right? I would love people to be more viable and competitive without having to pick the typical route that everyone else is picking. Well, usually most trials in group fighter are farm runs, so in theory they want to be a smoother. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like it's up to the group. It's up to the group. It's up to the group. Like, you're 100% right. It's up to the group. I don't necessarily. I think the biggest issue with what you said is, I think calling them griefing doesn't necessarily always is the truth. And I think reporting them is a bit ridiculous, of course. But that doesn't mean you're right. Among some of the best players, but I run with casual players because it's fun. I don't care that I'm not the player in the team usually. Doesn't dampen my fun, help carry through. Yeah, no, that's your choice. That's the beauty of an MMO. I think that is the beauty of an MMO. Like, the perfect MMO is a safe place for people to not be pressured and stressed, while on the other hand, people can absolutely push themselves. Right, giving your best in order to perform. It depends on how you interpret it. Like, I get you, Skoon. Like, I'm 100% with you. And if you want to organize your groups, I wouldn't call it toxic. I wouldn't call being motivated to that toxic at all, actually. I think the problem is in maybe some of the expressing and wording. Oh yeah, Woken. Time to improve and join later, like everyone did. Again, I'm not particularly against what you're saying. I'm not particularly like I have to be I'm gonna be very boring and political. I'm gonna be very, very political. Because I don't think Schoon is wrong at all, actually. I think what you guys should distinguish, Schoon, is that you're talking about that it's the one way to play the game. So I think you should be accepting. I'm wondering. See, again, this is your language, Schoon. I think this language is unnecessary. I think it's unnecessary. Yo, no, don't leave, Schoon. Don't leave. I'm begging you here. I'm begging you here. There's no need for you to leave. There's no need to be rude. There's no need to be hostile against each other. I think we can find because I think you're right, Schoon, but I think that the core concept that you're expressing is your way of playing the game, and there are thousands of players that agree with you, Schoon. There are thousands of players that agree with you, but it doesn't necessarily make the other people bad or something. Like, they ruin the game. Because I do agree in a lot of the core sense that I do think people should not always settle for something easy. I think people should challenge themselves. I think people should push themselves to do better. 100%. So both extremes should calm down a little bit, in my opinion. Because in theory, I'm actually fully with Schoon. In like a philosophy. I'm not expressing it in the same way, because I think expressing it in this way is not progressive towards people ever reaching a goal. So I think in the philosophy, Schoon is right. The song that was playing right now was this is Moon Runes. Moon Runes from the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Yeah, see Petrified in a way in a way is in a philosophical on the same. Yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. I don't think, and this is gonna sound a bit harsh, I don't think everyone buying the game, buying ESO Plus, buying the chapter, leveling their character to CP 2000 is automatically entitled to doing all the content. I think there's also a level of self-improvement, skill, theory crafting, mechanical knowledge, and things you need to do in the game. So I'm in philosophy closer towards that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone not doing that is wrong. And I think that's where people get offended by what Schoon is saying. And I would recommend him to I don't know, he's probably not listening anymore. I think he said goodbye. But I would recommend him as a human being to be a bit more nuanced in his comments. Because I think in the core he doesn't make that crazy of a philosophy. Like exactly, Petrified. Exactly. Just want the gear to try my spice build. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's just and we've talked about it a lot, and on the other hand, I can also be on fully on his side, and I can tell people like, come on, he's just he's just talking and expressing, don't take it personally. But on the other hand, like, obviously you can expect people to be kind of like, yo, calm down about what he's saying. Everybody have a good rest. Okay, take care, see you sooner away, and congrats on your awesome year, man. I'm sure you had a big smile looking at your Twitch recap and seeing all the people posting their recaps with you in it. So still need all perfected BRP weapons, do you say? But I don't necessarily think you need them. May I say that? I mean, I only think I have like 5 or 6 perfected weapons, and I think all of them are from I think all of them are from the Dragonstar Arena. I don't think I have any BRP perfected. I don't think I have any Fetish Shrimp perfected. I don't think I have any Asylum perfected. Because I know I don't want to motivate myself to... I mean, maybe soon, because we're definitely gonna do some more PvE with the gang. So maybe soon I'll be... I made a couple like decent PvE builds now, so maybe we can do that. Want to join any elitist group for raids when others tell you what to be? Yeah, and that's exactly what you should aim for, Grab. If you don't want to play with those people, don't expect those players to bend their group towards you. So for them, then it's also perfectly fine to decline you, I think. I agree with that philosophy, but for example, I started playing ESO this year. How am I supposed to train for Fed Trials? Well, Fed Trials kick me. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you really have to make a distinguish between what type of content, because I don't think any veteran trial is the same. Oh no, what am I hearing? Yeah, exactly. It's okay to not want weak players in a hard progression. It's not okay to call people garbage for being... Yeah, I agree, Petrified. But maybe find other like-minded players, a group finder, and pucks, and getting mad at it. Yeah, like that's a fundamental difference I think we can make. It's not being weaker. Everyone has something to learn. Everyone is back compared to someone else. What I don't accept is not wanting, trying to give their best to improve your info hard content. That's but that's up to you, right? That's up to you, Skoon. You are entitled to think that, because I think it's a good mindset to have, because then you will surround yourself with people that want to be better, which make you better. So I fully get you. Like if I would be talking about football, I would 100% agree with you, Skoon. Going to torture himself almost willingly. Yeah, it's because I like doing it with you guys. I also like doing it with you guys. Like I get you, Skoon. I get you 100%. I get you 100%, Schoon. Like I'm with you. I like the motivation to be better. But there are just many people that don't look at the world or at the game, and if you don't want to interfere with yourself, it's fine for you to make those rules. It's fine to be picking your own players, but I don't think it's necessary to scold them because it's their own game experience. Like, if your philosophy is right, Skoon, they will inevitably not be able to do what you're doing. And that should be enough. And I also don't think a lot of people get motivated by being told that, oh, you're weak, go do better. I did that as well. For some people it works. For some people it's like motivational coaching, right? Some people you need to tell, like, hey, you fucked up, go do better. But some people don't work like that. Some people need a different approach. Because you're dealing with humans. Super phrasing to get fake tanks, queuing feather. Like, bro, yeah. It's a game where you have to learn some things to win, and if you don't want to learn, you don't get to win. 100% Schnex. Yeah. I think a lot of us are way more closer in the mindset that we think we are. It's like racing for a team and an engineer say, try this bicycle, it's faster and we need to win, and your reply is like, I like this old motorcycle, this is fine if you race with your friends, but not a tournament. No, but why do you consider I don't consider all veteran trials a tournament. You can if you want to, but it's like what you make of it yourself, kinda. So yeah, if you're score pushing, if you want to do it as fast as possible, if your requirement for the group is, yo, we want to do it fast, we want to do it smooth, we want no bullshit, we are not in the mood to educate people, we just want to go in smooth, then yeah, that's the set of rules. Then you're probably going to look at an open soul player and be like, yeah, you're most likely not fitting for us. So we're going to take someone else. That is, I don't think anyone could realistically have a problem with that. It's about the general wording of, you know, they can still play the game if they want to, I think. Oopsie. No, I like Skoon. Like I actually appreciate your honesty about your attitude, because you're not alone. There are many people like you, and I am like you in many regards. I just know for a fact the way of communicating that philosophy isn't always the right and correct way. And it also isn't progressive, because to other people that you're talking, this is kind of what you have to realize, Koen. The people that you want to motivate by what you're saying are already on that wavelength. The people that don't get motivated by what you're saying, you're not gonna motivate them any more or any better by amplifying what you're thinking. So it's better to then just make a clear distinguish in your mind, and be very clear about the type of people that you're looking for. But I don't think there's a need to call it out over and over again, if that makes sense. This might not translate to PvE 1-to-1, but at least in ranked queue games like League, sometimes it's better to pick your main champion and to pick the best champion into a matchup. Champion are uncomfortable. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a good counterpoint. But I guess the main point he's making, yeah. That it is a good counter argument. That is a good point. But yeah, if the maximum potential with OpenSoul still lacks your wish, then you're still entitled to being like, yeah, I rather not have you. I think you would also agree, right, Reds, that people are just entitled to decline if they want to. Shall we look in Vengeance? Usually RDPS meta being Sadazuma off meta, Melee Honor gain Necro regularly. Yeah. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? Scout, right? Must be. Must be. What are we gonna do? Oh my god. Why can't I move this menu? Bolster strength. Bolster sturdiness. Strength. Why do I have to? Do you think new players like this? Offensive pen. But can anyone tell me why one play OpenSoul over something? I really get what you're saying, Skoon. You're making the argument of there's no realistic reason to play OpenSoul because you can be better even on a 1-bar build without OpenSoul. I kind of agree with you there. The argument I could maybe make is people don't have the DLC yet. Could be one. Secondly, they haven't farmed it yet, which then you could make the argument, well, go farm it before you want to do harder content. Which is fair again. Sometimes it also comes from a comfort. Like Rats is saying, they're comfortable and unwilling to change because it's gonna bring them into a new learning curve. Which then your counter argument would be again, yeah, but that's normal, that's for an MMORPG. So you can see how the circle just continues. Fashion is the end game. Sound, yeah. That's, oh my god, Wilkin. I was just gonna say, you know what the child within me says? I like, pick the coolest picture. And you pretty much said the same. Critical damage reduces. This is such weird trade-offs. These trade-offs are so weird. Oh my god, are they literally going back into spell and physical resistances? This game is so contradicting. So why have we done hybridizing? I know what you mean, few more fans. So they're nuts with their rotations. Yeah. I have to say the game is pretty good with controller. Like if I look at PvPers, there are some of the best PvPers to play with controller. What do we want to do? I just want more damage. Yup. What do we want here? Yeah, 1 health recovery. Increased experience. Yeah, sure. Sprint. Spirit. Bolster running. Movement speed. Ooh. Isn't this OP? Oh, this is sprint bonus. Don't we have just random speed? Uses the moment. Okay. So we don't have normal speed. We only have sprint speed. Increase the movement speed bonus of sprint. Efficient repair. Light food reduces the penalty of sneak. And the call, okay. I like this. Ceaseless assault. Recovery 10 minutes after you. Okay. While near a keep, okay. For every 10 ultimate you have. Okay. Okay. Reduce at all cost. Oh, that's nice. Reduce all costs by 5%. That sounds nice. Yeah, let's keep that. And then what skills do we have? I have no clue about the skills. Gonna bam bam. Loser. Oh, what happened, Victor? Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. This OpenSol topic can be extended to PvP. I think it's mostly the same. People look for shortcuts and simple ways instead of eating the dirt and poo. No, I agree. I think a lot of people agree with your philosophy. Are still not hybridized. Armor provides both, but the light armor passes and better. Yeah, true. It's not fully hybridized, but the goal is to hybridize it, yeah. I'm not a great, maybe amongst the best, but it's closer to the low end of it. I think you're probably in like a very small percentage of PvEers petrified, considering how many people are not good at it. Oh, fuck. Is he alive? Is he alive? In Cyrodiil, I remember most players were to me unkillable one-shotting gods, but something like Vengeance is not the solution. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably the only MMO you can play normally with a controller. Yeah. Yeah. Crossplay. Oh my god. Crossplay. Yeah. The fuck? This game looks wonky. Is my Amphia working? It is. This game being particularly bad looking. Again, I haven't looked at my skills. Go back to lurking, but was it interesting convo regarding Okasol? I didn't have anything to contribute to the other than use the mythic. Yeah, and I do like I want to say, by the way, Skoon and Grab and Iseray and Petrified and Reds, I am so happy that you guys are all just being honest about what you think, and that we can openly discuss these things, because these are subjects that are truly making people what do you call it, like really passionate about, which I can totally understand why. But at the end of the day, we have to look for like ways where we can share this game with each other, right? Because I would say as like a core philosophy, I'm not necessarily agreeing to all the way of communicating and the wording, but as a core philosophy, I'm very much in line with what Skoon is saying. I don't. The only difference that I would say is, I don't necessarily mean that is the end of all. I do agree that I find it extremely important where we motivate the player base to become better, learn more about the game, get a better understanding of how the game works, but it's also fine if they don't. That makes sense. It's also kind of fine if they don't. But then those players should also not wish for the world. Yes, petrified. 100%. It's what I've been saying always as well. We need an absolute endgame community that is pushing and pushing and pushing and is motivating and is, you know, passionate about getting better and pushing the game to its limits. But I think the game also needs a influx of casuals, and ideally what you want to see is that those casuals over time will be slowly motivated to become more veteran player, more seasoned player, more knowledgeable players, and more capable players. That's what you naturally want to see over time. If I got salty, but no, I get it. I get you, Skoon. I get you. And it's cool of you that you apologize, because even though I personally don't necessarily think you have to apologize, I probably think a lot of people, you know, feel that you, because I believe in the power of conversation, right? Like, as you guys have seen today, I've been passionately disagreeing with Petrified multiple times. I've been disagreeing with Roothouse. I've been disagreeing with multiple of you guys over and over again. But I always try to find, like, okay, but where can we come together? Where can we, like, where can I learn from you? Where can you learn from me? And let's just be better in the future. I agree with Kamal. Oh, Rats wants to win the giveaway. Have you checked out the new Crownster yet? Oh, okay. Let's look at that. Height! Loading screen in Vengeance! Slow clap. No clue what I'm doing. I don't even know what all these buttons mean. Oh, wrong button.
We sometimes need a sip of kerosene to keep up our vitality.
I have no muscle memories towards any of these buttons. Oh, did you see the levels? Oh my god! Did you guys see that? The level 17, he left me alone. He was like looking at me and he was like, "Aw, he's such a noob, let's not kill him." That was so wholesome. It's Vengeance again? Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you've heard, Petrified, they are making Vengeance permanent. The only options we have is Vengeance plus Grey Host or no Grey Host. And they're gonna make a mid-skill PvP map where it's gonna be a Zero-like experience, but smaller skill than Cyrodiil, bigger skill than BGs. We don't really know what that entails, but it's kind of a crazy post. The wording in that post is kind of wild at certain points. Because they pretty much, before this test that we're doing right now launched, they pretty much said like, hey, we can't fix Cyrodiil. Yeah, a chance of the giveaway. Sure, it feels more eye-opening than someone else is telling it to you. My preferred method of motivating players is to take them into harder content and show them better, ease them in and carry them. Let them hit a wall and not clear. Watch them want it. Yeah, that's a fair... Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. That's a very good approach, Petrified. Feel no way, guys. I really... At this point, I don't even know, man. Fuck, my staff looked really weird. They perma-broke Cyrodiil. Well, they kind of... They just admitted willingly by saying we're not gonna try further, or... Because I don't see any scientific reason of how they can conclude out of the last 3 tests that they cannot fix it. I think they just gave up. Uh,
We can save Cyrodiil. We just need a lot of Diclorvos.
hang on. I was multitasking. The crown. Oh. This? Or this? Huh? What the hell? Can show that? Too late. Means your funeral. Wait, this is the ESOmodelviewer.com. Isn't that an official ESO site? Okay. Okay, developers. I see what you're focusing on. I see what the developers are focusing on. Okay. Okay, ESO devs. Calm down. We just want a playable game. Yeah? Ooh. I like these shoulders. I'm not sure what to think about this. Oh. Oh. What is this? A recall. Oh. Oh. That's beautiful. Aw. Christmas. Rithing Fortress. Aw. Oh, that's some cool necromancy art styles. Furnishings. Looking at zombie. Petrified. Lanterns. Okay. Nice. Yo, Decimus! Thank you so much for the raid. What's good, brother? How was your stream, man? Were you enjoying Vengeance? I went into Vengeance. I was at Sejanus. And I got a loading screen. I was two whole minutes in Vengeance and I got a loading screen. I'm just saying. Maybe they can't fix it at all. How are you doing, man? Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone go follow Decimus. We're now looking at what we can waste our money on. Had some good vibe. Yeah, I was fine. I was watching earlier. Skill's not working, so that kinda tilted me a bit. Oh, what? Is that just bugged somehow? Always got a load screen there. Nice. Kamu has the epic braid as well. Yeah. Decimus watched the fold as well. Beard bros. Still no long beard? Yeah. We need the long patriarch beard, man. We need it. Oh. Now we're watching the most important stuff in this game. We also realized where they spent all their resources towards. Okay. I don't know. Oh. This actually looks really fucking cool. Damn. These swords look fucking badass. Holy fuck. This could be cool for my Balrog. Yeah. Take my crowns. Had a good 1v2. And then do calculator risk to dot. From behind block into tether bow. Only for bow but did not fire. Oh my god. Okay, so there are already performance issues in the current Vengeance. Conspiracy theory, Desi. They purposely load up Vengeance so that they can show everyone, see guys, by adding the 4th test, we reached our limits and we cannot fix it at all. No? Okay. I'll calm down. Oh, these are pretty. These could be really cool for some RP. And welcome in everyone. My name is Kamul. What I normally do is RP PvP, but today we've been in a full yap session over the deep dive. We've talked about it pretty much for 3 hours. Because there's a lot of... Oh, wait! No way! Oh my god, you know what this reminds me of, Victor? This reminds me of the moment we had the trolls bugging out. Remember that? When we had the trolls bugging out in Cyrodiil? Yeah, but you're a Vengeance apologist, Jidinit. The ones they're gluey, yes. Vengeance still best PvP. I cannot believe you're saying this, Jidinit. Oh, 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 oh. Red bone armor. Oh, oh. Could be really cool. This could definitely fit Sauron stuff. Blue ritual. Okay. Purple beam. Oh my god, the rave parties. The rave parties. Yo, good night, Corellia. The rave parties, guys. We now have 3 or 4 colors of beams. Yeah. Triple beam. What's that Metabot skill again? Triple beam cannon. Prepare a lot of beard oil and yeah. Hi, good night, Archie, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for participating and giving your view in these conversations. I'm always, it's always a compliment when people are just willing to out their opinions in my chat, and that we have a like an open-minded discussion. So thank you so much for that. Blazing orange healing seeds? No, thank you. Honor feather puncturing strikes. Okay. Render flash rats. Okay. Okay. Dracula. Oh, you definitely should use beard oil as him. I use rendering flash. And wait till they do the rework. This will be the strongest heal in the game, mark my words. Rune Spite Ward. Oh wait! Is this the is this the Arcanist bubble that doubles in size in the first second? Ooh, that's gonna be pretty for Galadriel. That's gonna be pretty for Galadriel. I like that way more than the green. Yeah. It's gonna fit the it's gonna fit the Mother Cyanide monster set. Yeah. Oh, what is this? Wait, how is this gonna look? A Sanguine Rose Snipe? That can be dope as fuck. That could be really cool. That could be really, really cool. So when is this coming? Ooh, blue tentacles! That's also perfect for Galadriel. I hope. No, maybe the dark thingy this now is better actually. Frost Cloak? Okay, this is getting weird now. This is getting weird now, guys. An orange Frost Cloak. It's getting weird. 500 crowns. Yeah. Oh no! We're gonna see a new bow proc. We're gonna see a new bow proc killing us everywhere. Oh no. We're gonna get traumatized in a different color. Oh shit! Blue beam? Oh shit! Getting fisted by Knights now. Alright, see you petrified. Thank you so much for joining, man. And what up, Kieran? How you doing? Everyone go follow Decimus, go follow Kieran, go follow Sim. Go follow Red Fox. I don't know if I done a Red Fox already. I'm an absolute mess if Chinchilla isn't here. You guys know that. You said today I have played for like 3 minutes and I got a loading screen. In Sejanos in Vengeance. I've been pretty much mostly talking about this because I didn't stream for 2 days. So I haven't been able to talk over this. Yeah, very interesting, so to say. What else do we have? Okay. We didn't see that. I don't know. I don't know what this website is. Okay, so what? Do we get this tomorrow? Sometime in December. Okay, so we get the Grim Focus. The thingy. Okay. This art style looks so cool. Alright. Vengeance, that's going well, it seems. Yeah, I mean, there were some performance issues. I saw Desi having some issues live on stream. I saw Biss having like a couple hiccups. So the performance definitely is a bit less smooth than the previous test. Probably. Makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this whole Vengeance anymore. To me, it's just a fucking gimmick right now. It's a fucking joke. I cannot even take this serious. Like, as much as I like to be open-minded, this one I will openly admit. Like, I cannot be open-minded to this anymore. I tried for 3 tests, and after their post, I cannot even take this serious anymore. Fight-wise, how full has Vengeance been today? I heard it was 3 bars across the thingy. But yeah, and about the class changes, I'm slightly hopeful. The only true big downside I see right now is one, obviously, them famously doing a sauce thing and absolutely butchering what in their mind is balancing and reworking. That's one. But I'm not even... That's not even my number one scare. My number one scare is the fact that they're gonna do it class by class. And again, I'm getting tired, so I need paint. I need paint to keep my train of thoughts. So they're gonna do DK. And then how long is it gonna be for the second class? Do we know? Because how long is it gonna take them for the second class? We don't know. So we literally don't know. Who was the second class again? I forgot. They give the order, right? Here, Warden. So, Warden. Warden. And then... and then Sorg. So, this is enough for my brain. So, we don't know how long this takes. There will be way too many bugs. But what are we gonna do now? Little Lily. I get that, but what are we gonna do now? So, I'm just gonna ballpark it. Is a month? Is 1 month crazy? Or could that be? Per update? So that would be 3 months then. That means, and this is what bothers me. This is what bothers me. If it's 1 month or 3 months, we're gonna look at a phase of at least 7 months. Possibly longer. Possibly 1 year plus. Of where we don't really know where we at until they're done. Because let's say they do DK okay, right? It's okay-ish. We're like relatively happy. And then they fuck up Warden. It's like bad. Could be possible, right? And what if they work on Sorg? Are they then also gonna revisit Warden? Are they also gonna revisit DK based on what they've done with Warden? Or is it one and done? It's probably gonna happen to the people will only be playing the classes that can return today. Exactly. So why I'm making this point is this would make that if 7 months is the minimum that we're all thinking, we're gonna be in like a guinea pig test laboratorium for 7 months. I personally am not crazy against this, but I don't think this is good for the game. Why does everyone hate Vengeance? Well, first of all, not everyone hates Vengeance. I hate Vengeance because it just kills the entire purpose of the game. I can slowly explain it. Vengeance. ESO. ESO, we have levels, skills, like skill lines, CPs, which can be the same as levels, I guess. Sets, which includes like mythics, monster sets, 5-piece sets. This you get on your journey of playing the game, and that this comes together in your character. This is, to me, a typical RPG, right? Where you develop your character based on choices, decisions, time investment, and all these things come together to your end result. Vengeance does nothing of that and is just a template version of PvP, which on itself there's nothing wrong with, but it's not an RPG. It's like a lobby PvP mode, which inherently is nothing wrong with. I just don't think it belongs in an MMORPG. Then the second layer is casuals / new players are going into Vengeance. They're gonna learn Vengeance. They're gonna learn how PvP works. And then if they want to go into actual ESO PvP again, they are like weirdly unprepared. Not everyone plays to collect sets and understand skills. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I know what you're trying to do, but your argument doesn't hold up, Skoon. I know what you're trying to do, you cheeky bastard. But that doesn't hold up because in PvE you have levels of difficulty that gradually make you ready for the harder content. This is not done great. This is still bad. Again, the paint is not for you guys. It's for my train of thoughts. Console and Vengeance, so it's a price to pay. So in PvE you kind of have like this. In PvP you currently don't. So the casual new player experience in current ESO sucks. It's absolute dog shit. If you're a new player now trying to get into PvP in ESO, it's just fucking horrible. You just get demoralized, steamrolled, people one-shot you. The power is going crazy. There's no way for you to learn the game properly. The only way for you to learn the game properly is copy pasta whatever the meta is, so that the sets and the things carry a bit of the load for you, and then you're still not ready and you're just gonna get emotionally demoralized. It's not fun. It's only fun if you're really, really persistent and you really have a hard will to continue, which, let's be real, a big percentage of the player base won't have. With Vengeance, it's some kind of a right step in the direction. I just don't think Vengeance is a full out, fleshed out, overland, open world PvP game mode is the answer. Weirdly enough, and obviously I don't want them to do that, but if you want to prepare people for PvP in like a more simple version of the game, so they can learn the game, I would argue that should either take place in a low-level scenario, or in a small scenario. I don't think it should be what have always been quote-unquote the main form of PvP. That have being said, the current state of Grey Host, again, sucks. It's dog shit. But apparently they given up on improvement, so this is all we got to deal with. We soon get we soon. In the future we're gonna get a mid-skill PvP. Who knows that? That's gonna could be really, really good. So essentially Vengeance. Yeah, so Vengeance is a very strip. Am I still logged in? Yeah. I can show you. So I can quickly show you the difference, Eminem. So Vengeance is class 1 morph, so we don't have any morphs. We don't have any passives. Normally there's a list of passives here. Right? I don't think subclassing works here. I don't know why it's there, but we have the weapon skill lines, no morphs, no passives. No passives for your armor skill lines. No passives, no morphs. No passives, no morphs. No passives, no morphs. We don't have Sigic, we don't have scribing, we don't have all these systems that are in the game. We cannot use them in here. Then we have a... where do you check it? Here? You have like a template sort of thing you can pick, right? You have like a template thing you can pick. It's like, oh, I want to be this. I want to be this. You know, I want to be a soldier. I want to be a vanguard. I want to be a battle medic. I want to be a scout. And you have like a preloaded loadout with thingies, and then you can pick your perks. Right? And that's all the options that you have. And it's a very stripped down version of the game. To me, it kills a lot of the typical RPG elements that are great, which are decisions and choices and progressive systems. Because right now it doesn't matter if you're CP 3600 or if you're level 10, you possess the same accessibility. Seems like a decent start doing subclassing. It needs work, but I get the idea. With this? No, because this was initiated as a test, quote unquote, to see how much they can push the server with the amount of people, and then they wanted to add more layers of complexity to it to see where the pain points are of lagging. They just gave up on that, or it was never their actual intention. So now they're gonna give us this very bare-boned version of PvP as an actual game mode. If this was a continuous test, and they would have like tested this like in phase 20 and added morphs, passive sets and all these things, then it would have made sense. But right now they pretty much tested nothing. They are not even close to 10% of what the game has to offer in options and possibilities, and they're giving up on actually trying to fix Cyrodiil, so they're just gonna implement Vengeance. They're even considering closing down Greyhost entirely, which, remember, people were ridiculed for. People were laughed in their face. People like, are you crazy? They're not gonna remove Greyhost. Are you conspiracy theorist? Are you crazy, Mr. Person, PvPer? And now they're actually considering doing that. So that's kind of where a lot of hatred towards Vengeance come from. I don't mind Vengeance as a test, but I was always skeptical it was a test. I was always worried about at what point are they gonna be like, okay, this is the point we want to stop, which clearly is a point I deeply disagree on. Secondly, by now them actually having an option of closing down Grey Host, which is fucking wild to me. Easier for new players to get into PvP, but Burma is a really weird to do. Yeah, like exactly. So I agree. I agree that the game should be easier for new players to get into PvP. I 100% agree, because people say like, yeah, we all have been through that as well. Well, the power creep wasn't as much, right? The power creep has increased. So in order to maintain an accessibility for newer and more casual players into PvP, they either need to overhaul the entire balancing of the game, which they might do at a certain point. If they don't do that, they need to first and foremost educate their player base better. So, sorry, I lost my. I was reading chat. I shouldn't have done that. Oh no, where was I? So yeah, they need to educate people more. They need to educate new players more about the fundamentals of PvP. That is first and foremost. And I do think there need to be a little bit more of a graduate progression within PvP. One thing that would fix this a lot, is MMR. Better MMR in BGs. Because then we could just tell new players, go do BGs. And then you get put in the right MMR and you can practice against the... you can practice against the people at the same level of you, right? For the open world PvP, I think the open world PvP should always be the extreme danger. Do I believe in accessibility to open world PvP? Yes. Do I believe there is accessibility to the current Grey Host? I'm gonna say something that's gonna fundamentally make people weirded out, but yeah, I think there is maximum accessibility in the current state of Grey Host.
Kamul!
Don't, you know, come on.
Meow!
Don't be childish now, please.
Distracted!
I'm literally coming back from an illness. My brain is not braining. Come on. Where was I? So yeah, the inherent answer is there is ultimate accessibility in the current state of Grey Host, because what in your mind tells you to be successful in PvP, as in fighting other peoples in a combat style form? Because Cyrodiil is more than that. Cyrodiil is about zerging. Cyrodiil is about sieging. Cyrodiil is about standing on top of the wall while your opponent is downstairs. Right? I can tell you my own experience about PvP. I was standing on the fucking wall. I was standing on the wall with my orc. And I just shot at people with my bow. And I hit them with 2k snipes. I was hitting them with my 2k snipes, and guess what? I felt part of something. You know what? Because I didn't feel any entitlement of me being able to beat people that were playing the game for a long time. And then I liked it, because I liked the setting of the fights, of the keep fights, of having fights on the wall, through the gates, in the open field. When in the open field and there were a bunch of people, I was the guy sneaking in the back, sniping people for 2k, and then a good player would be like, hey, who is this motherfucker? Kamul was dead. That was my PvP experience. And guess what? I was fine with that, because I realized I was a noob. I realized I was bad at the game. I realized I needed to learn. I realized I didn't wear any sets. I realized I did all of that. But people have shifted their entitlement a little bit without trying to sound too harshly. So in that regard, it's a mindset thing. On the other hand, I do get you're being extremely demoralized because of the power scale. The power scaling wasn't as big in the period of time I'm talking about when I was shooting my arrows. The power scale was significantly less. So I barely got like one shot. If you know what I mean. I did get one shot sometimes, but then it was by like a ganker. Right now you can be one shot by pretty much anyone that runs anything close to the meta. If you're like a casual, not built for PvP, right? So there is definitely a difference. What was better back then is there's a multitude of things, because now we're gonna go into the deep layers of what happened in Cyrodiil. And a lot has happened in Cyrodiil. A lot has happened in Cyrodiil. One of the things that happened in Cyrodiil is they removed 24-man groups, which now with the current population I kind of get, but with the timing that they did it back then didn't make any sense, because 24-man groups were a much better thing for Cyrodiil as 12-man groups, because 12-man groups resulted in faction stacking. Why? Because a organized 24-man group would have their internal organization. You had guilds with these big groups that did these organized things in a group, not needing voice chat particularly and all these things, where they could just organize how they want to fight along the map. Then you had 12-man groups, which were the ball groups. So the ball groups were like the special forces, right? And the special forces could disrupt the big Zergs. And then you had like all these different playstyles along with each other, and they would like counter each other, cancel each other out, blah 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 blah. And when they removed the 24-man groups, people started faction stacking. It also disencouraged people to actually lead groups. I don't know why exactly. I mean, I can come up with a couple of ways, but that's just what factually happened, is that less people were actively leading groups. On the other hand, you needed more people to lead groups because you needed 2 12-man groups for the same spot. So all of that resulted naturally in faction stacking. And faction stacking resulted in more boring gameplay in Cyrodiil, where the fights were less spread out. It kind of killed small scaling, because what were you supposed to do as a small scaler? You were either gonna hover around the big fight, where everyone is faction stacking, or you were gonna go to a resource and then, you know, maybe one guy comes out of the keep, and then what, you're gonna like 4v1 that one guy? That's pretty much the state that we're in. I'm heavily exaggerating and generalizing to make the story whole. So obviously there are a lot more nuances to it, but I don't have the time and energy to go into all of that. So all of these things combine to the state that we're right now in. And yeah. So to make the conclusion whole about Cyrodiil, a lot more has happened to Cyrodiil than just one issue. Oh yeah, they were the ones performing the... Yeah. Let me scroll up a little bit. Seems fitting. Yeah, like, I don't want them to do it in Battlegrounds, but I would argue it is more fitting. It's a communist idea, everyone equal in poverty. Progress lost in editing. Come to think of it, I love to see what forum moderation has done in that regard. If people said it on the forums, since it's conspiracy theory or not, because legitimate option. Yeah, you're 100% right, Rats. You're 100% right. That's a very good point. Souls bragged about the MMR system to some magazine when BG's released. Yikes. I love you, Dino. I don't care about grinding to be better at PvP as a new player, but I'm used to, because I really play MMO. Yeah. Most MMO players don't have an issue with that. Well, let me rephrase that. A lot of MMO players don't have an issue with that. I wouldn't say most, because a lot of MMO players have turned into, I have 7 million jobs and 27 wives and 47 children. So I only have 1 hour and 12 minutes per week to play my MMORPG. Give me all the rewards in the game at the same speed as the degenerate teenager who can play 18 hours a day. Thank you. So yeah, MMO have multiple layer issues. Learn PvP at the start of the game when we're all new. Yeah, that's something also people forget when they talk about the early days of the game. A lot of things were just better because everyone was worse. As weird as that sounds. By the way, Nightbot, calm down. Everything lining up again at the same fucking minute. Yeah. That's a point a lot of people neglect. I talk about that a lot. Little Lily, where why I've made that point as well. Some people are kind of unwillingly willing to agree with that, but I think it's inherently true. Because even though I've made this point before, even though like 2000, let's say 2015 or something, right? Like 1 year into the game, and then 2025. Even though maybe back then you also had like the top, you know, the top couple percentage, they weren't like worse players than the top percentage now. It was like the people under that was like a much more, like the group was more on almost the same. How do I put this well? My brain is not braining. Right? It's like you had like the bad, the mid, and then the more seasoned player. Like these differences were smaller, so you had an overall more fun experience in PvP more naturally. It's the same as you go play sports, and the people that you play against are like, some of them are really good, but a lot of them are around your level. Some of them are a bit worse, and some of them are bad, right? Then you can, like, that's a more natural state of going through like all, like, because if you only play with the top percent, the game gets boring. If you only play against bad players, the game gets boring, whatnot. So you need this graduate like progression. Right now, I think the top percentage is there as well, but I just think the top percentage and where the bad is just way bigger. That gap is just way bigger. Yeah, and everyone was learning, so everyone was more patient. Everyone was more willing to go through the hardships of getting better. People have become a lot more impatient in general. It could be the phone addiction, the instant dopamine we get from our smartphones. It could have many factors. I think it's also just a entitlement shift. I talk about it a lot. Like, I don't think everything is an entitlement, thing, but certain things are. Like, I don't know how it was about you guys, but I don't remember myself being a expert game critic when I was playing games 10 years ago. I didn't feel myself that I was like some expert game critic. No, I was very naive and just bought the game, and I was just, ooh, this is actually kind of fun. Let me just fucking play the game. Yeah, I love this man. This man is absolutely perfect for the Nazgul. So I think we've also turned into a lot more we're more customers than gamers. I noticed that a lot. I notice a lot of people are more customers than gamers, and it has two reasons, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, or you know, I'm willing to explore this idea because I'm not certain. But I think one of the reasons is game development has done more and more and more to get more money out of the customers. And on the other hand, we have turned into a review Karen society more. I think both of those things coming together kind of result in the gamer game thingy we are in now. Like, very rarely, and I even have more trouble with it myself. I have become so much more critical because of the content that I'm consuming. Like, if I want to find ESO videos and I just want to be entertained, I can't. I really can't. If I want to search WoW videos and I want to be entertained, I have a slightly higher chance to be entertained, but it's also way harder. Because most of the content out there is either do this is how you play the game, play the game this way, 10 ways to play the game in the most efficient way, or it's, hi, this is my opinion about the game, this is what the game should do, this is my opinion about the game, this is what the game should do. That's pretty much the main content you find nowadays about MMOs out there, which is obviously subconsciously molding all of our brains into subconsciously thinking about these things a lot more. Which I'm happily saying I'm not a part of. I'm happily saying that I'm part of the content wave that just simply want to entertain people. But for example, right now, when we're on stream and when we're humans and having conversations, we naturally always come to these topics, right? And that's not for nothing. And I think it's because subconsciously all our brains are more programmed to think like this, right? When there's an article about the game, like, this is gonna sound really weird, but I used to be way more invested in the games that I was playing, even though I was reading a lot less about patches and all these things. That's super contradicting, I know, but that's kind of I don't think I'm the only one. I don't think I'm the only one, and people get it now the other way around, like totally, where they both being less invested in the game, and they're like not invested at all in all the changes in the patch notes. And like, I feel that there's such a huge portion of the player base that is so uninformed about everything that's going on in the game, where they just, I hate to call people this, but I just, for the sake of my argument, I'm gonna use this word. I'm gonna say theme park visitors. A lot of MMO players have become theme park visitors, where they just show up because a new ride has opened, aka some kind of new content or an event. They play the theme park, they have all kinds of opinions about the theme park, but they don't spend enough time in the theme park to analyze the full scale of their feedback towards the entirety of the theme park. Does that make sense? What I mean to say about that is there is such a huge portion of the player base that is not truly capable of seeing all the impact that their wishes and demands have for the game. But when they're loud and in a lot of numbers, the devs are gonna listen to it and they're gonna change it, and then those same players that have demanded for it and have wished for it and have screamed about it are not actually playing the game. Does that make sense? And I think that's where a lot of MMOs are suffering from as well. So all these factors combined kind of lead you to a point where we are now. And it's kind of sad. It's almost like very discouraging in a way. And by the way, hi Magenta. I'm so sorry. I totally miss you. I've been in such a yapping mode. Can I blame me still being a bit ill, Magenta? I'm so sorry. How are you doing, Magenta? I like the team perk analogy, easy to get. Yeah, it kind of is like that, right? Because that's how a lot of people approach MMOs nowadays. They buy their ticket, they play the theme park, they play the contact, there's a new ride, they want to check out the new ride, and then they fuck off again. With all due respect, they're entitled to do that. But wouldn't you say those people are a little bit less entitled to feedback about big overhauling game loop changes? Because the game loop changes are the changes that keep us playing. Those are the game loops are the things that keep us entitled to log in every day to doing the game in a natural way to make us have fun. For example, for players like Decimus, it's Battlegrounds. Battleground is it's like his favorite gameplay loop. Right? It's nice, they're short games, very high paced, high intensity, a clear statistical overview of how well you're doing. It makes sense, right? It's a very good gameplay loop when it's done well. Obviously, I think Battleground should be done well better as well, and I think Decimus would agree to that as well. But it's a very good gameplay loop where you're like, okay, boom, boom, boom. Some people have in Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil is a perfect gameplay loop. It's long extended battles, long-term planning about keep capturing and whatnot. So it's something you want to put time in. It's something you want to do like, boom. For PvE, it's like dungeons, trials, questing. Questing is a beautiful gameplay loop where you come into the game and it's like, I want to dive into a story. I want to delve into a beautiful voice-acted narrative with immersive characters, immersive zones, immersive places, immersive stories. All these things are gameplay loops, and you want them to be good. But if you're just a visitor that hops in and out in the game and doesn't necessarily has the true attachment to the gameplay loops, I think your feedback about the gameplay loops should be very carefully outspoken. It's the same thing, the analogy I've made of tourists in a country. Like, we can all imagine that we're living in a country, a tourist comes into your country, has an opinion about how you should live in your country. And it's nothing wrong with an outside perspective. It's fine to have an opinion. But here comes the crazy part. Those tourists will go to your government and is gonna tell your government how you should live in your country, disregarding all your, familiarities, traditions, attachment to stuffs, your daily life, your income, how it will evolve any of these things, and then your government is gonna be like, you know what? Let's listen to these tourists, and then those tourists will never even come back to your country anymore. I don't think anyone in their right mind would be like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's have 5 English tourists decide how Spain should run its country. Let's do that.
The ESO category is dead. Camul is now political streamer.
Eating Doritos. Join a group hug. Aww. Those opinions request feedback of those invested in the game should carry away. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Asmongold Jr. Oh, please no, I'm not Asmongold. I'm definitely not Asmongold. There's nothing wrong with Asmongold, but I'm very far from what he is and what he represents and how he engages with political issues. I'm also way more educated than he is, so I hate to say it. I think Asmongold is very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff, and he's very open-minded. His way of communicating is funny, entertaining, not necessarily always progressive towards having a good conversation. But yeah, I think he also admits it sometimes. But yeah, to me it's crazy. Like I've watched some of his videos where he's like commentating on stuff that's going on in Europe, and he's just making the wildest conclusion based out on like a 20-minute sensationalized YouTube video about the state of some country in Europe. It's kind of wild. Like I could never do that myself. I could never do that myself. Like I would feel so disingenuous by doing that. That's why you often see me talk about a lot of subjects where I'm willingly say like I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I really don't know. There's a lot wrong with Esmond. He looked at his room. Yeah, in that case, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, case fair enough. I genuinely don't believe he's like a bad human being at all. I appreciate his directness and honesty a lot. I do think his view is important, as weirdly as it sounds. The bigger issue is the people that deem him as a prophet. That's where the issue lies, to me. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with being wrong. Talks about everything while he doesn't leave. Yeah. There's a functioning brain and a media. Yeah. He looks at extremely biased sources and forms his opinions based on those. So his gaming takes him a... Yeah. His like what Skoon is saying, like his MMO era was goated. Yeah, definitely. I'll come back when we aren't talking about Asmongold. I mean, it's no need. Like, one, I think we're done, and secondly, I don't want to be a like. We can talk about everything, I believe, right? Like, don't get me wrong, he's said horrible, wrong things. But I think any political commentator has done that. Because that's the angle where you're going for. I think the main issue is when we're idolizing when we're idolizing people like that, that's where we make the mistake as humans. Let's talk about the scientific medical poop quality skill. Yeah. Have I just walked around the entire map? I think so. There's so many health in Vengeance because Vengeance is skilled differently. Like your damage numbers are also crazy. Like your tooltips are very weird. Just longer fights in general. Shit science. But yeah. Yeah, to me it's like, I don't know. I'm never shy to talk about a subject. It's just one, you have Twitch TOS. That's one. And secondly, I know, even though I am capable of having a conversation about pretty much everything, I know for a lot of people it's uncomfortable. So you kind of have to take that in consideration sometimes. The actual skill? Oh no. It is done. Yeah, I'm out of running. Kind of wanted to check something. Yeah, I think I want to end my stream, by the way. I'm getting ridiculously tired. And I don't want to overexhaust myself on my first day back to streaming. Yeah, sadly we didn't have a lot of gameplay today, but I've come to the understanding no one is here to watch my fucking gameplay. We're all here for the yap sessions. Let's first join the YouTube giveaway. Let's first join the YouTube giveaway, guys. Wait, there's gameplay? Yeah, I should just go fucking black screen from now on. Pro plays during the app. Nah, I know you guys also like the RP PvP. I know you guys do. I know you guys do. See, all of you are typing RP PvP. See, you guys all love it. Right? 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 It's RP PvP. Oh my god, says the winner of the RP PvP dueling tournament. The first champion. Because we're gonna do this a lot more. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, let's go grab. Let's go McFilthy. I think if you type in I like RP PvP, you have a bigger chance of winning the giveaway, I'm just saying. It will be hard to dethrone Decimus, but who knows? Well, it should be a motivation for all of us to find a way to cheat and beat him. Imagine trying to sneak in RPV. I love it. I'd first gonna pick the winner on YouTube. Maybe with Vengeance Zero will be possible. Well, yeah. But then it's not Zero anymore. Then it's just, I don't know. This is not ESO. I don't care what people say. I don't care if you enjoy Vengeance. This is just not ESO. This is a stripped down version of the game, which is, yeah. Next time I'll make it a Sasuke. Ooh, that's awesome. Yeah, I was surprised. I was genuinely surprised we didn't have any Naruto Dragon Ball Z characters. They were amongst my like top 10 like franchises I expected people to join from. Yeah, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, I loved it. I loved it, and I loved the RP reds, and the way you made your character look. Oh my god, it's such a wild character aesthetic, and you made it work so well. I was really happy with that one. Yeah, I never heard about Morrim's character as well, Solmir. That was really cool. See no oil on the shovel. No, I'm sorry. Alright, we're gonna pick a winner on YouTube in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner on YouTube, 100,000 gold, goes to Papa Cannoli. Congratulations on the 100,000 gold. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, you haven't picked your price, Valerina. Check your DMs. You haven't picked your price, Valerina. I DM'd you. Check your DMs. I DM'd you Saturday night. You won 1.5k crowns. What do you want? I cannot give you. I did, but it's gone now? What? What you mean? There's no answer. In your Discord? Where? I don't have any messages from you on Discord. Anyway, so what do you want then, Valerina? Guacamole. And then we're gonna pick the winner on Twitch. Okay, someone didn't want their gold. Okay. Someone didn't want their gold. Congratulations, Papa Cannoli. Hey, Ro! Hello, hello, hello. If another tier character that could potentially make it to ESL, most characters aren't possible because the weapons don't match. Only 3. Ooh. Alright guys, let's pick a winner. Follow the channel, type in RP PvP. If you have not joined the giveaway yet, make sure to join now. Follow the channel, type in RP PvP 1 million gold. We're gonna pick a winner very shortly. Right, and the winner is in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is, good luck everyone, 1 million gold goes to Danilo Albergardi. Congratulations. Exclamation mark winner. The winner is always final. Here at the beginning of the stream, the end of the stream, the middle of the stream, the entirety of the stream, 1 minute of the stream. Everyone has the same exact chance of winning. I'll DM you in Twitch. And make sure you get the prize. And DM. Hello. Yeah, let me know what you want, Valerina. And who else did we have? McFilty answered now as well. Um, um, and let's see who we can raid off to. Who can we raid off to? Guys? Three. Let's look. Oh, you have Koktra. Should I raid off to Koktra? Yeah, let's raid Koktra. Everyone, you guys know the drill. Spamish chat. Follow him. You should all follow him, guys. He's a very funny guy. Amazing guy. Very good ESO player. He also plays a lot of other games. So go follow him. Spam? No problem. So yeah, we all love Koktra. So please make sure to follow him. Thank you all, guys. I'm glad to be back. Thank you for the great conversations. Even though we not always agree, we can be civil about it. I always try my best to not make you guys feel unheard or that your opinion doesn't matter. Sometimes I'm passionate about certain things and I will sound a little bit more feisty or agitated or whatnot, but no, it all comes from a point where I want to just have open-minded conversations about stuff, and I think we're doing a great job with that. So thank you all for doing that. I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably around the same time, because I'm definitely not fit enough to go to football practice yet, but I'm probably fit enough to do a stream. So yeah, thank you guys. I love you. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh fuck, I don't have enough time to thank you guys for the gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. It has been great the last couple of days. I thank you guys so much. I love you. Peace.